Chapter 16. Always mysterious, the AIN still occupy much of the United States government's attention. Though the BIA lost the ability to govern their lands over a century ago, the government still offers a reward to anyone who will provide access to the AIN land or bring them information about it. To this day, they are one of the few nations the OMO knows almost nothing about. This needs to change. OMO, Internal Memo. I spun, glancing at the shut door as I did. A man stood there, late 20s with lanky brown hair that reminded me of the cows I'd seen on the farm. He had a wiry build, but more from not eating than working out. What had my heart beating triple time was the rage in his eyes.
"This is my place. Who are you?"
He repeated, his voice promising retribution. I pulled air and earth together, creating a low wall between us. While not visually solid, it would serve to create a barrier if he moved toward me. The cost stunned me after years of barely paying anything. I ignored it as I called for Carolan and got my stunner spell ready. "Carolan, I need you!" I didn't have to try to add panic to my mental voice. How had he gotten in here? "My name is Cori Munroe. I'm an agent with SIU. The FBI and local authorities asked me to come out and investigate the occurrence of various poxes in the local area." I paused and waved my hand around the area. "From what I can see, you are involved in that. What is your name?" He snarled.
"They all deserved it. I'll prove to them exactly what I can do. Chaos will help me to get revenge on everyone. But I'm not ready. Not yet. You need to die."
Out of habit, I checked his temple. No tattoo, which meant hedge mage worst case. What I didn't expect was the KO that headed right for me at Merlin level. My wall was mostly air above the knee-high earth barrier. That dampened the KO, so rather than laying me out or even killing me, I just felt woozy for a moment. I jumped back, my heart racing and my hand covering my stomach in fear. This wasn't supposed to be a rogue mage case, just an investigation. Right now, I didn't care how expensive magic was. I grabbed and sent a disrupt and KO in quick succession, ignoring the 2 inches of hair it ate up. But somehow, and I wasted too much time being surprised at this, he avoided both of them. He moved, not a sidestep, but something else, and disappeared from my reality and reappeared on the other side of the room. He's a planewalker. My mind stopped on that thought, and I just stared. Humans weren't able to walk the plains. Not like that. The denizens were planewalkers. The ones they were attuned to they could step in and out with ease, without any risk to their psyche. Long ago, Esmir had mentioned planewalkers to me. Humans either adopted by a lord, such as Tursane or even herself, or those so out of touch with physical reality that they could move across the plains with no ill effects. The question was, which one was he, and which would be the better option? He stood there in the corner of the room, the rip creating a halo over him.
"You will die for violating my sanctum, like all the others. We'll see to it."
My knees threatened to buckle, and a shudder at the cellular level washed over me. I managed not to fall to the floor, but that didn't mean I didn't want to. It hadn't been Bob's name. I didn't think. The pain was different, but it was still a name of chaos. "How do you know that name?" I gasped out as I straightened. A warm trickle tickled my nose. I reached up to wipe at it. A smear of red graced my hand.
"My mentor, my lord, I shall follow the orders of the Great One. You will make a suitable sacrifice."
He lunged at me, and I moved to the side. He seemed to be made of spite and power, as I barely darted out of his way. My mind spasmed as just how much danger I was in registered. My heart pounded as I increased the strength of air shield. Normally, I'd have grabbed dirt, dust, anything loose in the room, but in here, I didn't dare. It might still have living organisms in it, and after seeing the labels in the fridge, some of them would be deadly. My shield rang as he cast entropy at it, but I knew how to make one that would hold against magic, even if it ate another huge offering from me. I cycled through options and tried a narrow KO again, aiming right at him. He plain walked away before it struck. I didn't know you could move that fast, or avoid something like that. Tearing apart the building was bad. That would leave soul magic residue everywhere. I was getting desperate enough. I was willing to take the chance. "You killed someone," I said, trying to distract him. If I had to kill him, that paperwork would suck. This entire thing was going to be a mess, but it never occurred to me anyone would walk out of a rip. Where was Carolan?
Excellent. I plan on watching many more die once I start spreading my vectors. Then my lord will have all the sacrifices needed to enter this plane on a whim. The world will be laid at my lord's feet like a carpet of gold.
Asking if he was nuts would be redundant at this point. If he wasn't insane, then maybe I was. I don't think so. I reached out at the same time he did, and my soul pull hit a beam of entropy that made me scream in pain as it tore apart the magic I had cast. The inch of hair it had taken vaporizing with no result to show for it. "Balls!" I hissed as I staggered. At least he looked like my attack had staggered him, but he was recovering faster than I was. How in the world, when he didn't have hair longer than his shoulders?
You will be mine. You can help me finalize the last information I need to make my virus a true super strain.
He smiled as he spoke, walking toward me, and my lungs froze at the malice on his face. How had he not been caught before now? I pulled on fire, more than willing to sear him where he stood. To my shock, fire fought me, and in the seconds it took to convince fire to cooperate, his hands were scrabbling at my shield. Even when Bob, Salastra, and Tursane had come out in the football stadium, I don't think my entire being had been so gripped with terror. Maybe at that point I'd already hit numb, or maybe when tens of thousands were going to die, I didn't have time to worry about myself. Now, I had me and a child who had barely had time to exist. Did cells count? Was it even more than a few cells?
"Leave my queen alone."
The snarled words tore through my mind. From the way my attacker flinched and his shoulders sagged, I figured Carolan's snarl had hurt him also. That didn't upset me. A streak of ruby red appeared out of the rip in the corner and slammed into the man, all claws and teeth. "Don't kill him if you can avoid it," I blurted out, even if I rather preferred him dead. There was too much information we needed from him.
"Spoil sport,"
he snarled, and the blur of motion ceased. He stood on top of the man, jaws around his throat, one claw placed at his groin, the other beside the man's head.
"If you move, I rip your throat out and drink your blood. Please move."
He purred. It worried me that the man just glared, enraged, and trying to talk. Anyone sane would have peed their pants. I would have peed my pants. This was a very, very dangerous man. Or an insane one. I moved over beside him, slowly, and touched his forehead, sending a KO spell directly into his mind. He slumped and went lax. Carolan carefully pulled back, his eyes not moving from his prey.
"He is not right."
I figured that out. I pulled my phone out and hit the sheriff's number. "What took you so long?" I said to Carolan while the phone rang.
"I was waylaid. That area of chaos is unwell."
His voice sounded odd, but before I could follow up on that, the sheriff picked up.
Sheriff Dalliance.
I figured he had to know it was me. Caller ID was a ubiquitous thing, which meant he was probably trying to make a point. But to whom, I had no clue. Either way, I responded in kind with his answer, though I wanted to run away screaming at this point. Sheriff, Cori Munroe here. I have someone I believe is behind the pox outbreaks and possibly more. You might want to bring Dr. Reardon with you. This place is something else. And let the rogue team know. I have him unconscious for now, but I don't know how to control him while he's awake. He is dangerous. A year or two ago, I might have felt guilt or reluctance at saying those words. They pretty much guaranteed a mage would be killed. My guilt had vanished the more I saw. Choices had consequences, and I'd been learning that the hard way sometimes. There wasn't an easy answer, no matter how powerful you were.
I see. And where are you?
His voice had no tells in it, so I didn't know if he was curious, furious, or apathetic. I provided the address.
And what led you there?
I'll explain when you are here, but hurry. I can keep him unconscious. I can force him to tell the truth, but you're going to need drugs to keep him from leaving. A long pause, then a soft mutter from him.
I see. I will be there shortly. Dr. Reardon has been dispatched.
He hung up after that, and I slipped my phone away, looking at the young man. What exactly do you mean by weird? And did you know he was a planewalker? Carolan jerked his head up, though his paw contracted, and I saw claws sliding in through the man's jeans. I didn't say anything.
I did not. Are you sure?
I opened my mouth, then shut it. I wasn't sure. At this point, the only thing I knew for sure was I wanted to go home. He moved. The rip flickered. Then he appeared on the other side of the room. After DC, I know what a sidestep feels like, and that wasn't it. When two mages had tried to take nuclear weapons to DC via sidestepping, I learned intimately what it felt like.
Then yes, planewalker.
He glared down at the unconscious man.
They are never human. Humans don't take well to the planes without pockets or...
He trailed off again, and I glanced at him. Or what? He kept talking about a mentor lord. It was a chaos name. The pain from the name was different than someone saying Bob's name. If Carolan knew how to pale to white, or if I could have seen his skin, I had the feeling it would have been ghost white.
That is not good. For now, seal the rip. It does not need to corrupt anything more here.
Part of me resisted that idea. You didn't touch things in a crime scene, but having the rip open created issues and raised risks. Besides, really, only Carolan could use it. I closed it with a thought, wincing at the offering. What was going on? I'd have to deal with it when I got home. Speaking of which, I raised the idea of sidestepping to Albany, and the cost, while staggering compared to my normal cost, was payable. I'd worry about it when I was ready to leave. I didn't want to be here any longer than required. We stood, watching the unconscious man, me in the middle of the room, arms wrapped around my waist. Carolan above him, with a paw ready to gut him. I didn't move until I heard sirens approaching. At least the room wasn't soundproofed. With a glance, I hit him with another KO. I was willing to go bald before I let him wake up. Then, I headed out to flag down the reinforcements. Chapter 17. We have records of some familiars exhibiting above-animal level intelligence, and the monsters that live in the realms occasionally know how to talk to people, but we don't know much else about them. It could be anything from they live in the lost city of Atlantis to they are simply animals so steeped in magic they have changed. History of Magic. I escorted the sheriff, his deputy, Amy Johansson, and Lizzie back to the room. Their expressions almost made the effort and terror worth it when they saw Carolan standing with one claw ready to eviscerate the man. He looked primal and amazing. I loved that, Kath.
He's a mage.
Yes, but not tattooed. I can tell you he's more than a hedge mage, but past that, I can't say how powerful he is. Though I will tell you, I think he's a bit insane by any standard.
Paul Goines insane?
I jerked my head to the side to stare at Sheriff Telliance. Paul Goines had been the insane mage who had emerged a second time after the deaths of 3 mages. Then he tried to summon lords from the realms and enslave them. It hadn't gone over well. I was pretty sure chaos ate him. I assumed it was Bob, but I could be wrong. Few people followed that aspect of the story, and even fewer remembered his name. I didn't know if this meant he'd been reading up on me or if he'd followed the story. Different. I paused and looked at the man. Worse. I think he's a planewalker. Talion stiffened and narrowed his eyes at me.
And how do you know of them?
I just glanced at Carolan. No need to lie or tell the truth when misdirection worked better.
Lizzie, did you bring the rohypnol?
He didn't take his eyes off me as he asked. Lizzie sighed. I did, but you really need to remember I'm a coroner. I might have my medical degree, but I'm not actively practicing on living people. The dead complain less. She pulled a syringe and a needle out of her bag, an honest-to-God old med bag. I figured it had probably been her father's, and maybe even her grandfather's from its age.
I authorize it, and you know my powers are more far-reaching than most.
He jerked his head towards the man.
Hit him now before he comes awake enough to cause a problem.
All the hidden meanings in his comment fascinated me, and if this situation hadn't been so fraught with danger, I would have been prying it all apart. The AIN were secretive, and any chance to elicit information was something I would jump at. But right now, I just wanted to go home. Lizzie bent over, her multicolored hair so at odds with the staid persona of a county coroner. The needle slipped in, and the man moaned softly. I hit him with another KO without thinking. I did not want this man to wake up. Not while I was anywhere near him. Taliance raised one eyebrow at me, and I shrugged. Told you. Dangerous. I didn't elaborate.
Amy, get him out of here. We'll need to take him to Omaha for processing, but the KO and the rohypnol should keep him out of it for a while. If it doesn't, kill him. We can figure out enough without him.
Amy nodded. She and the EMTs strapped the man to a gurney and wheeled him out. I turned to watch Lizzie. She had pulled on gloves and was moving around, poking at things while a crime tech took pictures. I overheard a whisper that the tech was a pattern hedge mage, and very good at narrowing in on what was not right. The scary stuff is in the wine fridge, I offered as she peered into the microscopes. My air shield was still as firm as I could make it, and I'd even offered the blood from inside my mouth when I'd bitten the side of my cheek. The price was still too high, but air wasn't fighting me as much. I didn't want to risk any of these diseases latching onto me. Maybe I should go dress up in the hazmat outfit. This is all scary stuff, she said, her voice colder and tighter than I'd heard. What's your degree? Doctorate in Biological Quantitative Sciences. This had her lifting her head to look at me. Huh. Good grounding. No specialties. Makes sense if this is what you want to do with your life. That stopped me. I had no idea if this is what I wanted to do with my life. Was that what happened to Stephen? He'd fallen into something he loved and just never left? I put that concept on my think about later pile and just shrugged. Yes, basically a good pre-med background. There are lots of viruses. Most of them here in the dishes are inert. She waved at the counter covered with petri dishes. I'd say he didn't have a good idea on how to grow them in the laboratory environment, which is good for us, but I don't like the mutations I'm seeing. Maybe there are just variations. I don't know. She paused, her eyes hard, and I suspected she would have made a very dangerous mage. What's in the fridge? I shook my head. Not sure. I didn't want to move things around until they were cataloged, and nothing was obviously labeled.
Nice to know some Merlins have common sense as well as power.
Talion stood in the center of the room, his eyes locked where the rip had been. His voice carried clearly, and as I was the only Merlin around, I had no doubt who the comment was meant for. Trust me, I still make stupid mistakes. Case in point, getting ambushed by that lunatic. Lizzie had muttered at the photographer to get pictures of the inside of the fridge and wine fridge immediately. That was where the information she would need would be.
Yes. Regarding that, I assume he came through the rip that was here in the corner?
I turned my head to regard him, and out of the corner of my eye, Carolan did the same. I assume so.
Closing it was smart. Having raw realm leaking in is rarely good.
I closed another one about a mile from the house I'm renting. I said slowly. I knew he was AIN, but the lack of a tattoo kept me underestimating him. He nodded, but I didn't see any surprise.
Chaos?
Yes, it is a section greatly influenced by a lord. It is twisted in ways that most chaos creatures would not approve of.
Carolan sounded disgruntled, and I stared at him. You said that earlier. What do you mean wrong? I thought chaos just meant chaos. His ears laid back and tail flicked. John had turned to stare at him also, though I caught a smile on his face. If Lizzie was paying attention, I couldn't tell. She stood behind the photographer, doing everything but tapping her foot.
Chaos is chaos, but there is a difference between the truth of entropy and decay, the wild randomness of the universe, and something that is twisted beyond what is natural. Chaos is the basis of existence, but it still has shape and form.
He sounded frustrated as he finished, and I suspected he was trying to explain blue to a blind man. There were some things that didn't translate well.
What your focus is saying, Merlin, is that chaos is wild and untamed and bounces against the limits of reality in all ways. It does not, however, warp or twist what does not naturally exist. Mutations are expected. Gene splicing is not. Even chaos has rules. It takes free will to create monsters.
His voice was abstract as he stared at the now mundane space. Then he shook his head.
It is noted. Lizzie, what did you find?
He spun and headed toward Lizzie, who finally had her head in the fridge. The crime scene tech moved over to the wine fridge. Everything would be cataloged and sent somewhere, I supposed. It was much more freewheeling than I was used to in Atlanta or other big cities, but then small towns didn't have that level of resources. Mostly vials of dead viruses, which is good. It looks like this was where he kept everything he was working on, but he didn't know how to keep them healthy. Lack of education for the win? Her voice had a dry sarcasm to it that made me want to laugh.
How can you tell?
He asked, moving a bit closer, but not very. I wasn't letting down my air shield for anything. With my luck, the fridge was trapped, and it would explode, sending viruses flying everywhere. The mold growing on it and the rotting of the agar is a good sign, she said, straightening. But that doesn't mean I don't want either an incinerator or a fire mage here to ensure everything is disposed of completely. I don't want more than a few samples to get out of here intact. From the tone of her voice, you'd think she was talking about the worst filth you could ever find. They both glanced at me, and I was very happy that fire was a null per my tattoo. I had no desire to stay here any longer, and even less to explain the problem I was having with my magic.
I'll contact the CDC and let them know. They can foot the bill for this.
John turned to inspect me.
How much longer are you staying?
I'm gone as soon as you don't need me anymore. I'm more of a blunt instrument than a surgical knife. That wasn't exactly true, but from the look both of them gave me, I suspect they didn't buy it. But it wasn't a lie exactly. I did get brought in as the big gun all too often. They didn't have any more questions for me, so I waited outside until the rest of the people they called got there. Gave my story one more time for another group of people. At this point, I didn't even care who they were. Nothing had been locked. I'd called out originally looking for someone, and I had been attacked after I identified myself. Not perfect, and if it ever went to court, they might have an issue. But given it was someone with magic and access to the realms, I had no doubt he'd be dead by the time the week was out. It bugged me that it didn't bug me like it once would have. I stood looking at the sky slowly deepening to purple, my emotions and thoughts twisted over all of this. But there wasn't anything I could do right now. This involved more than just me.
You'll need to stay for a few more days. I already have the call in to the CDC for full containment. This entire place will be quarantined. Only the fact that it looks like all of his samples were in the fridge saved us from a full decontamination procedure. But they'll need blood tests for the next few days. We're going to question your assailant. It is the son, Billy Jensen. They found his ID and matched him via fingerprints. Just want to clarify if anything comes out. You already have a judge coming by and some people from the OMO and the draft board.
I blinked at that. If you had people like that coming out, it meant they were serious. And that I really wanted to go home. I guess I'd be here for a bit longer. Sure. Where do you want me to show up at? He pulled out his phone and started typing.
I'll text you the address.
As he typed, he slipped in earphones and then dialed.
Amy, got a job for you. Where are you at?
She had left with the ambulance to escort the man to a secure location. A spike of pain ripped through me, and I whirled toward where it originated. A rip formed about 20 yards from us, near the cows, who started to moo and agitate toward the closed barn door. I don't know if John felt it, or if it was my reaction, but he spun with me, gun drawn as the portal sheared open the air between us and the cows. Most portals I've seen open have been gentle, like wavy cuts. This one felt like a tear in reality. The only one I've felt that was this violent was at the football game, which seemed like eons ago. Carolan? Even in my mind, I whispered. He leaned against me with his spine rough, bristled, and his tail lashing back and forth, hard enough I expected it to break the sound barrier.
Something is coming.
I didn't look at him, just left my hand on his head, waiting. What stepped out of the rip wasn't an amorphous blob like Bob. Instead, it was formed and solid, something out of Christian mythology or their nightmares. It stalked towards us, almost 10 feet tall, though after seeing how Tursane could change her perceived height, that didn't impress me much anymore. Skin tightly pulled over human-style musculature, except with goat knees and hooves, and midnight black horns twisting toward the blue sky. To cap the look was a long tail with a pointed end that looked sharp enough to pierce skin. He, and the gender was blatantly obvious, and about 12 inches long, stopped approximately 5 feet away and loomed over us. The devil smiled, revealing teeth made mostly of canines, and licked his lips with a forked tongue.
You damaged my servant. You will pay,
he said, and a voice that vibrated my bones and sounded like it came from the depths of the earth. Chapter 18.
China institutes a mandatory 6 years of service for all mages, regardless of level, and offers bonuses to any mage who bears a child. This is an interesting change for a country that had an iron grip on its mages for years. What will be next? Tax bonuses or tax cuts? What is Shishi planning?
Magical Daily News. I blinked, even as Carolan was starting to sound like a chainsaw. A quick glance confirmed John was as dumbstruck as I was. I shifted my attention back to the thing in front of me. Really? Gorgons, dragons, elder gods, graboids? You could have been any of those and you chose this? It isn't even practical. Why would you choose this form? I couldn't keep the exasperation out of my voice. I knew that some of the Chaos Lords could choose to take any form. Those like Esmir became lords because of their skills and power. Some were born lords because of their power levels, and they often chose what they wanted to be, at least in Chaos. The other realms seemed to vary, but I also didn't pay that much attention.
Aren't you a scared, tasty morsel?
It leered and leaned closer, its tongue flicking out toward my face. I didn't move away, but I did wave my hand in front of my face. The rancid breath made my eyes water.
She sees through your tricks as I do. You might have scared a young man unsure of what the realms could spawn. We are not so gullible.
John said all this in a bored voice, and I had to resist glancing at him. The creature actually sagged and appeared about 6 feet tall as it glared at us.
A spirit talker and a focus mage. Why couldn't you run screaming? You disrupted my plan. That is unacceptable.
Whereas before it came across as creepy and even dangerous, now it sounded more like a kid whining. Wait, you planned this? I blurted, staring at him. Why? What were you trying to do? He opened his mouth, then straightened up as if his mother had told him not to slouch.
You will regret ever interfering with my minions. Now, I will take you back to my realm. As toys, humans will learn not to interfere in my plans.
Back in my hindbrain, part of me was gibbering at all of this, but most of me was lost in, what the fuck? Because it made no sense. I don't think so. The words were uttered without me consciously choosing to speak. Carolan appeared next to me, his tail lashing as he sat down, looking for all the world bored with the entire situation. The being lifted himself up more. I think he stood on his tiptoes.
Do you think you can withstand the might of Belzever?
He boomed the last part, his voice coming out in a rumble of danger. The door to the barn opened. There was the flash of a yellow vest, a squeak of terror, and then the door slammed back closed. I had no doubt panicked phone calls were going on. I didn't really think we'd need help. The lessons from Esmir and knowledge that Tersing and Salstra had gifted me were about to come in very helpful. Well, maybe not me, but I bet I could give it a good try. But I don't think I need to. I crossed my arms and glared at him, beyond annoyed. It might be a good experiment to see if he had a soul I could yank out. To my right, John was just as calm. I'd ask questions as to why later. For now, I didn't want to get distracted.
Oh, and what would one little mage, even with a focus, do against my might?
He lifted his hands and lightning cracked between them, arching across his broad chest with the snap and crack of ozone. I could yank out your soul, or pull all the water out of your body, or even just drop you into a hole in the ground. But those all sound so violent and, frankly, boring. I turned and focused on Carolan, making it look like I was ignoring Belsifer. Carolan, do you think your mother and maybe our Gorgon friend would like to know about this?
I think a unicorn and even a dragon might be more than a little annoyed by this. It is against the rules.
He commented mildly as he extended the claws on his right paw and started to clean them. I shuddered at the idea of putting anything that had been in contact with that room in my mouth, but trusted he knew his own limits. Belsifer laughed, a loud mocking sound, and raised his hands as if to smite us. I ground myself into the earth with Call Mineral. No sense in letting myself get electrocuted. I silently blessed Joe for making sure I knew the basics of electricity. With a sigh, I bid a goodbye to my phone. If I got hit and it fried, Stephen was buying me a new one.
And why should I care about a cat's mother, or even a Gorgon?
His sneer was impressive, but I kept my expression bland. Well, considering Esmir is a Chaos Lord, and Tursane is a Spirit Lord, and Salastra is an Order Lord, and I know they have specifically said that creatures like you are not allowed to interact on Earth, it might matter. Zmog would just enjoy testing out her flame on you.
And I do believe Coyote and Raven would be most upset to have a creature like you operating so close to their territories on Earth. Not to mention my deputy has a sniper rifle aimed at your head. And Chaos Lord or not, a 223 round will do a significant amount of damage.
He held up his phone, and I realized he had kept his earbuds in and had been letting Amy hear what was going on. Up until now, Belsifer had been a deep burgundy with accents of black. As we spoke, his color drained away, like a chameleon trying to change to match the background. He went to a dusty rose, with hints of gray outlining everything.
You're her, the pet of Tursane, and Esmir's pet.
The words were said with the same horrified realization as if you just figured out you told the local police officer you were planning a bank heist. I don't think I'm anyone's pet, I said, a touch offended, but I do believe I could do extensive damage to you. At least normally. I kept that worry off my face.
You do make an excellent pet, Cori. So well behaved, though I feel like I should get more salmon. Or maybe swordfish.
I kicked Carolan, ignoring John's smirk.
I do believe Coyote will want to know about this,
John said.
There have been way too many rips opening lately. You're doing, I take it? I needed a summoner, someone to call me through, and Billy was so very willing. All I had to do was praise him and promise to help him create havoc. It was perfect.
He was whining now, and had lost at least a foot in height.
Abner, what do you think you are doing?
Esmir's voice cut across my mind, loud enough that I had to double-check I'd only heard her voice mentally, though her snarl was audible. Her emerald green fur flashed in the corner of my eye as she paced forward, looking like a cat on the hunt, which she was. Part of me almost felt sorry for Belsifer, or Abner, as she called him. He shrank back even further.
Esmir, you know my name is...
I managed not to cry out, but sucked in a sharp breath as pain lashed through my brain. Next to me, John rocked back on his heels, breathing deeply.
I know that is what you want your name to be. Abner is much more accurate, small, and powerless. And Belsifer? Really? Your parents paid too much attention to the ravings of their lunatics. I thought you had more intelligence than that.
Esmir shifted her golden gaze to me.
Exactly what did he do?
I wiggled my hand in a kind of gesture. It is more who he manipulated. He got someone to play with viruses and set them loose on people. Luckily, they both didn't know what they were doing. If they had, there may have been a much higher death toll. She blinked her golden eyes at me. They didn't have the same level of relaxation that blinking normally indicated.
He what? Add in the fact this is skirting Adekekagoa territory, they will not be happy.
John sounded mild, but there was something in his voice that made me want to run and do research at the same time. I never heard it, the territory, called that before, and I wanted to ask questions. But this wasn't the time. Esmir hissed. The sound had me taking a step back, as the level of rage in it did not bode well.
You dared to break the pacts here, near their territory, and then created rips to trap these lesser beings? That shall not be tolerated. Come.
There was discomfort in knowing that we, humans, were regarded as lesser beings, that even Esmir thought of us like that. But I let it go. Belsifer, or Abner, looked like he was about to wet his pants with terror.
Not only will your mother, Lilith, hear about this, I am dragging you to a tribunal right now. This is not acceptable. No! Don't tell Mom! She'll be livid!
Belsifer looked terrified, and I had zero sympathy.
Your mother should be the least of your concerns. Bob is going to be most upset.
Belsifer looked confused at the Bob reference, until Esmir did the equivalent of whispering in his ear. I knew she was saying something, but it was more a feeling than hearing anything.
No! Don't tell him!
Sheer panic laced his voice, and he looked ready to run.
Don't even think about it. March!
She snapped out, and with his feet dragging, the two of them disappeared into the rip without a backwards glance. I had the distinct impression of a mom grabbing a kid's ear and dragging him out of the store. I mentally reached out and closed the rip, ignoring the cost gleefully. "Did you really have a sniper rifle aimed at his head?" I asked, my head tilted.
Not yet. I was willing to stall as she was headed this way,
he said as he slipped the phone back in his pocket.
You have interesting friends.
It was a leading comment, but I just shrugged. Coyote and Raven? He quirked up one side of his mouth and looked at the barn.
We should probably go. Let them know the scary demon is gone.
That wasn't answering my question, I pointed out as he walked away.
Huh. Noticed that, did you?
He called back over his shoulder as he headed into the barn. I shook my head and glanced down at Carolan. You care to explain? He rose and stretched, then headed towards the rental car, leaving me standing there rolling my eyes. I'm starting to feel like a mushroom, I muttered as I headed to the car.
Sautéed and good with salmon?
Fed bullshit and kept in the dark, I retorted. He didn't say anything until we were in the car.
You need to talk to Malkin about your magic. That is not normal. Even with me helping you, you had to offer too much. Something is wrong.
His words chased away what good cheer dealing with Abner had left. Is it putting the baby at risk? I sat there, my hand covering my abdomen with the sudden realization that if I'd put this child at risk because of my stubbornness, I'd never forgive myself. Carolan's silence didn't help. I turned in my seat to peer at him sprawled across the back seat. Well? He closed his eyes and laid his ears back.
I do not know.
Fear crept in and wrapped around my heart and mind. What was going on with my magic, and how much danger was the child in? Chapter 19. The sole surviving civilian, a reputed double Merlin, filled out an incident report on the sick game and is credited with saving the spectators, though that is highly improbable. The entirety of the report boiled down to scary monsters ate the human. We convinced them to go away. Anything else should be regarded as speculation and emotionally charged hysteria. Portal Incident Reporting. The next day, I did some paperwork for the sheriff, but they hadn't needed me or my truth magic at all, which created a large amount of relief. The boy, Billy Jensen, had emerged as a wizard and started playing with opening rifts when his lord found him. He'd had an interest in poxes, as one of his family's cows had come down with cowpox. It went south from there. Abner, or Belsifer, taught him to use the rips he was creating to step into the chaos plane. The chaos plane helped destabilize him even more, and by the time Abner was done, his mind had been twisted and broken, and he'd become a very dangerous loose cannon. CDC swept in, locked everything down, took blood from us, and asked us to stay relatively isolated. They had zero sense of humor, but I couldn't blame them. All the samples were logged and taken away, hopefully to be burned in a very hot furnace. Talliance didn't have much to tell me other than he'd been thoroughly questioned by the feds, and they had no doubt as to the boy's guilt. They would be following up with me about Belsifer, but he thought I had dealt with it better than most would have been able to. They did ask some questions, but there really wasn't much more I could tell them as I purposefully didn't ask Esmir any questions. It seemed an odd series of events, but then my entire existence was like that, a sequence of events that created yet another one. 4 days later, Talliance and the CDC confirmed I was free to go. The sheriff gently implied a "please don't come back" message. I'd heard that one before. Carolan rode with me in the car to the rental car return in Omaha. We stood there, my bag at my feet, including the hazmat stuff I'd never used. I really should have when going into that lab, but I didn't expect to find what I did. Or maybe I just thought I could protect myself. The significant amount of hair I'd lost made me rethink that arrogance. I wanted to be home. The idea of another flight, then to the apartment, then either stepping or getting another flight to Albany made me want to cry. I just wanted to be home. But I had to follow process and rules. Grumbling, Carolan stepped home and I headed to the airport. By the time I landed in Atlanta, I didn't know if I wanted to cry or scream. I was so exhausted. But I was picked up, the gear returned to the office, and I was dropped off at my apartment. Climbing the stairs took a mountain of effort. With my suitcase in hand, I asked Magic the price to step home and sighed in both exasperation and relief. A full inch of hair across the bottom. Normally, that would have cost me an inch or two of a few hairs. Like 5, not thousands. This was insane. But right now, I'd pay the price to go home. "Carolan, I'm stepping home," I told him, knowing he was already there. His voice echoed with overtones of relief.
Good. I worried about you in the metal tube for hours. Joe cooked. I will be there shortly. I am with Esmir.
That intrigued and worried me, but I let it go. My exhaustion and worry were snapping at me, and it was still another week before my first doctor visit. What if the baby had been hurt this time? The draft wouldn't let me hide at home for the next 9 months. I pushed it all away, made the offering, and stepped. The familiar space and sense in the air stripped off some of the weight I had not realized I carried. "I'm home," I called out. I'd sent the occasional text message, so they knew I'd been working a case, though I'd not mentioned the cost of magic or what the case involved. "Cori, in the living room. Come join us. We have snacks." Joe's voice rang out through the house. I pushed my bags out of the way, food sounding so good. The thought that if I lost the ability to sidestep, I'd have to stay in Atlanta flashed to the front of my brain, and I just cast it aside with all my other worries. There were so many things to be concerned about, and I just couldn't deal with it right now. I followed the sound of the TV to the living room. This had been the formal parlor, but with Hamadia's permission, we turned it into a much more comfortable room with a loveseat recliner, full couch recliner, standalone recliner, expandable coffee table for card games, and a large beanbag for Carolan, plus 2 club chairs tucked in one corner if people came over. My favorite was the loveseat recliner. I walked in to see them with the TV on and playing a movie, but they were both poking at the laptop on Joe's lap. I think we need that crib. I don't want it stupid fancy and that one converts to a toddler bed. Then a single. When the kid is 16, we can get a new bedroom set. Sable was pointing at something. It's much more practical and reduces the amount of crap we need to buy. Besides, if we ever have more kids, this will work for them too. But that's the point of kids, buying them neat things. I want this child spoiled. Cori, what do you think? Joe broke off as her eyes met mine. Merlin's beard! Cori, what happened? Sable jerked her head to look at me, and her eyes widened. Your hair! Are you okay? Is the baby okay? She was scrambling off the couch as I reached up to touch my hair, a bit self-conscious. With all the magic and trouble, I'd lost almost 4 inches. Previously, in a super busy week, I might lose half an inch. Sable ran her hands over my body, checking me for injuries. What were you doing? Were you in danger? That is exactly what I would like to know. Esmir's voice whispered in my head as she stalked into the room from behind me, trailed by Carolan. Why were you messing with the likes of Abner? Much less dangerous biologicals. Anyone with a nose could smell you were pregnant the second they stepped through, even through the awful methane gas those beasts put out. She paused, canting an ear. Though they do taste good. Anyway, what were you thinking? Her voice was sharp and caustic as she sat in front of the TV, staring at me with amber eyes. By this time, Joe had risen also, her worry and anger radiating off of her. Guilt, defensiveness, and shame made me snap back. There were some days I failed as a human being. My job? You know, the one I don't have a choice about doing? You knew I had to still work when you asked. Maybe this was a bad idea. I spun, ready to race to my room when strong arms wrapped around me and pulled me tight. Cori, my corazon, don't you know you can't chase us away? We love you, and right now we are both having panic attacks over the idea of you being hurt. The baby is important, yes, but you are just as important. Come, sit down and tell us everything. I turned in Joe's arms and looked up at her. She dropped a kiss on my forehead. You don't get out of this issue by storming off. Sorry. A sob slipped out, and I sniffed. It's been a weird week. Sable walked back into the room, carrying tea and snacks. I hadn't even seen her leave. Joe ensconced me into my chair as Carolan flopped in front of me, ensuring I couldn't get up unless he moved. Now spill. Tell us about the case. What happened? And explain why you had to use so much magic. Joe leveled her dark eyes on me, nipping any resentment in the bud. I touched my hair, oddly self-conscious, then took a sip of the tea. The chamomile scent helped as much as the liquid heat. I started out, explaining the favor for Alexant, the search, the planar rips, the bean, and Esmir scolding it like a truant preteen. That would go down in my memories as one of my favorites. Sable nodded, but pointed at my hair. Nothing you said sounded like world-ending magic, or even anything super powerful. Why does it look like your hair caught in a lawnmower? I wrinkled my nose. The cosmetics offering class had been valuable, and I'd earned an A, but I'd never taken any of the higher-level classes, nor did I have any level of creativity in it. That meant that while my offerings were normally somewhat smooth, this time out I'd had to pay a lot fast, and my keeping the offerings in a cosmetically pleasing manner had failed. That is what I needed to talk to Esmir about. The Cath in question leaned forward, peering at me.
What exactly?
She asked, though she had said nothing during my retelling of the events, except to clarify once that Ebner, or Balsifer, was not a lord, only a wannabe lord. I didn't follow up on that right then, but added it to my growing pile of information about life in the realms. I gripped my mug tighter and focused on the warmth. Magic is asking for huge offerings, I admitted, an odd sense of failure washing through me. Jo perched on the edge of her seat, watching me with brows furrowed. Huge how? I shook my head as her worry radiated out. Not that huge. I'd never give up the baby. Before we joined, I could use fire. The offering was a few hairs for me to heat something up. Since I was null in that branch, it should have been huge. It never was. After our joining, I could use fire as if I was a strong. Sidestepping took a few millimeters of hair, nothing more. I fell silent and looked at my tea, trying to figure out how to explain the gut-churning fear in my stomach and the back of my mind. And now? Sable prompted softly. If I would have sidestepped home from Nebraska, it would have been a 1/4 inch from all of my hair. Even from the apartment, it was more than normal. I've stepped from China to here for a fraction of an inch. My voice sounded numb. And I'm terrified that if I continue to work, it will put the baby at risk. How do women do this? Live with this responsibility? Sable and Jo exchanged scared looks, licking their lips.
Really, you humans over-dramatize everything, and people call Cath drama queens.
Esmir's acerbic comment cut through my melancholy like a squirt of lemon. What do you mean?
It means you have an issue. We should talk to experts, not act like the world is ending. This is life. Bearing a child is something you adapt to. Your magic should not react to your pregnancy. But I'm not human. Think magic. Humans are not as well designed as Cath. I will find someone for you to talk to. What seems life-shaking rarely is. Eat, rest, and gestate the child. I am looking forward to human development. It should be interesting.
Before anyone could say anything, she was gone. Jo darted a look at Carolan, who kept his eyes closed, though his rapid tail flicks had slowed. I guess we wait for her input? But meanwhile, I want to know why you didn't explain to us exactly where you were going and why. Her voice was neutral, but I flushed as guilt washed through me. Head bowed, I spoke to my mug. I didn't want to give up my life. I kept telling myself that other women do this all the time. They work and still have a life. Not usually with class 5 viruses, and they also take a lot more precautions than you did. Sable pointed out. It was the quaver in her voice that caused my protest to die on my lips. I wanted to rail that I was barely pregnant, that someone who was pregnant wasn't an invalid, but the idea of what was in my body stopped me. I thought magic would protect me. Isn't that why I'm so powerful? It didn't work that way. I'm sorry. My eyes burned, and I just wanted to scream, mad mostly at myself more than anyone else. Cori, you are our life, someone we love. We can't lose you. No one is so powerful they can afford to take unnecessary risks. The warm understanding of Jo's tone made my guilt worse. I hated feeling guilty. Chapter 20. Pregnancy facts. Pregnant women are more prone to broken bones because of a hormone called relaxin. The hormone allows your joints to soften so that your hips and pelvis can open up for birth. Without this change in bodies, even a mage can have difficulty recovering. The Pregnant Mage. The doctor's appointment was in a few days, and I was unaccountably nervous. I didn't have any reason to believe I might have miscarried, but I knew the numbers. Carolan assured me I was still pregnant, saying he could smell my fertility, which was more than a little creepy. Esmir passed a message every few days saying she was still working on things, and I let Carolan take me to work. Sidestepping was easier. The morning of the appointment, I should have been 6 weeks along. I paced around the house, unable to settle down. My hands played with everything, needing to keep myself occupied. And here I thought I'd be the nervous one, Sable said behind me. I almost shrieked. My attention had been on the toast with cream cheese that I was supposed to eat. I wasn't morning sick, just anxious. Even coffee didn't smell good this morning, so I was downing water. What if my body won't do this? What if I can't work? Will the draft let me? What if my magic hurts the child? I clenched my hands, a tidal wave of ridiculous fears battering at me. What if the baby is born with fur? Cori, breathe. Sable's eyes were wide as she stared at me. I have seen you face down dragons with more aplomb. What is going on? Dragons could only kill me. What if I hurt your baby? What was wrong with me? My hands were twitching as I tried to come up with something to do, something constructive. Sable pulled me into a hug, holding me tight. Cori, breathe. This is something women do all the time. Marisol used magic while she was pregnant, and there's no reason for this to not work. I'd like you to avoid gunfights or Class 5 viruses, but this is normal. You'll see. Sable chivied us into the car, and then we headed into Albany proper. Dr. Anna Lobdell had a private practice a mile from where I'd give birth. Albany Hospital. Joe kept up an argument about names all the way down, making me laugh. She was rooting for Merlin if it was a boy, and Guinevere if it was a girl. Sable shot down both of them hard to my relief. The waiting room was done in cool green, but it did nothing to calm me. I was dragged off for blood work and other vitals measuring. At this rate, I'd have no blood left in my body. Then there was more waiting. Finally, a nurse called us all into an office, pointing out my blood pressure was a bit high, then left so we could wait for the doctor. At this rate, I'm going to spend more time in the doctor's office than at work. And have we thought about the fact that if I can't sidestep, me coming to these appointments is going to get expensive? Joe shrugged. We'll figure it out. You said sidestepping still wasn't a huge price, and you only come in every 3 months. I can try to rearrange it on Fridays so maybe you can fly home, or we can ask Carolan. I shrugged, avoiding the question. Magic was getting more and more expensive. The normal vitamins I took for hair growth were all that kept me from stressing out. If this kept up, I'd have to offer blood. But if I cut back on everything else, maybe I can make it for 9 months. The knowledge of how much it would cost without Carolan made my heart race. I'd been so wrapped up in what-if possibilities that I didn't know what else to do. There was a knock on the door, and a woman stepped in, a friendly smile gracing her face. Her hair was brown with hints of red, though I couldn't tell if it was natural or added. Green hazel eyes crinkled at the creases, and I was struck by the pie wedge of brown in her iris. It gave her an otherworld air that made me feel comfortable. With wide hips and shoulders, she radiated calm strength. Cori, I'm glad to finally get to meet you. I was starting to think you were a figment of Sable and Joe's imagination. Her friendly voice and manner went a long way to dispelling my nerves. Part of me had expected her to walk in and yell at me. I'm Dr. Anna Lobdell. Nice to meet you. I looked around. So, now what? Anna laughed, brown eyes sparkling. Well, you are pregnant. About 6 weeks, but then you knew that. We can do an ultrasound, but at this point, you'll just see a cluster of cells, not much else. Normally, I don't perform one until about 12 weeks unless there is a reason to. By then, your body should be adapting to what is going on, and your hormones will have kicked in. For most people, I'd advise you to start taking prenatal vitamins, but you noted that you already do. So, keep that up. She handed me the folder. In there is all the information about diet changes you need to make. No alcohol and cut back on caffeine. There are recommendations about weight and exercise, but the three of you look like you have that under control. She grinned and waved at her own body, which showed a sturdy European frame. And I am well aware of the fact that I could stand to lose another 40 pounds. Too bad food tastes so good. She checked her notes. I see you had 3 implanted. You do realize the odds are only 1 child survived. You aren't expecting triplets, are you? No, we chorused together, and she laughed, a contagious laugh that pulled us in to share it. I was glad this woman would be with me through the process. She felt like someone I could trust. So, do you have any questions? I opened my mouth, and my brain stopped. I had no idea what to ask. Everything? Or nothing? How could she tell me what was going to happen? Caffeine? Cut back on? What does that mean? I grabbed for the one thing that seemed to have any clarity to it. No coffee? That would be very bad. Ah, coffee drinker, are you? Yes, my coffee is my lifeblood in the mornings, I replied as both Joe and Sable suddenly had worried looks on their faces. Okay, here's the rough truth. Caffeine increases the activity of you and the baby as it crosses the placental barrier. She sat, perfectly at ease, while Joe and Sable each had a hand touching me, their stress all but radiating down from them. But if you have been drinking coffee for a long time, we can work at reducing how much you drink. All 3 of us nodded, and I kept my fingers crossed. How much do you drink a day? About 32 ounces. The real stuff, not the half-water stuff. Okay, that might be a bit much as the baby gets bigger. Why don't we do this? First, let's cut back to 24 ounces. Then, every week, cut the strength of the coffee by a teaspoon. You're healthy and your body is used to it, but trust me, by the time the baby starts to kick, you will want to enjoy the occasional afternoon nap. Doing it this way will wean you down, and you'll want to watch the coffee intake while you are breastfeeding. We'd already talked about that, and the health benefits meant I'd breastfeed as long as feasible. I took a deep breath. That sounded doable, but I gave Joe and Sable looks. My birthing present had better be chocolate-covered espresso beans, the good ones. For after she is done nursing, the last thing you want is a wired infant. Trust me. Joe snickered and dropped a kiss on my forehead. How about as a weaning gift, I get you the super fancy home espresso machine you wanted? Deal, I said without flinching. That monster cost a fortune, and she'd have to beg Hamadia to make it fit. But it would be so worth it. True espresso. I can do that. I'll start immediately. If I upped my water intake and lowered my coffee amount slowly, the caffeine headache wouldn't be too bad. But I wouldn't miss my morning routine. Then, no alcohol, up your fish intake, and basically don't do anything stupid. If you have a craving as you get further along, note it for me and give into it. At least 90% of the time, a craving is something your body needs. And the other 10%? Sable asked, her hand more relaxed on my back now. Anna laughed. Per my husband, it means I want to demand something completely unreasonable from him at 3 a.m., just to prove he still loves me, even when fat. She winked at the 3 of us. Somehow I don't think that will be the same reason for you ladies. I snorted. No, it will be, do it, or I swear to God, I'm going to be the aunt who spoils the kid rotten nonstop. Joe and Sable laughed. You do realize that threat only works if you don't live with us or at least next door? Joe said. Thank you, Cori, for this. I shrugged, trying not to flush. Hey, I want kids to spoil too. I just never thought they would be from my body. We went over the checkup plan and what I could expect, as well as some links to websites that had accurate information, not the horror story stuff I kept finding. I think that covers it. Cori, I'll see you in about 6 weeks. The front office will set up the appointment for you, but mostly just live your life. Your body might be making lots of adjustments, but that is the wonder of the female body. It is meant to do this. Anything else for me? Oh, Carolan! I exclaimed just as I was getting up. And Esmir, Joe said with a wry smile. I wouldn't put anything past her. She finds this whole process overly fascinating. Anna glanced back and forth between us. Mother-in-law? Joe and Sable grinned. My mother, Joe said, tapping her heart, is in the Atlanta area and would be here in a heartbeat. But other than excited grandma babbling, you won't need to worry about her. And my mother died giving birth to me, so other than a ghost, you should be fine. Sable leaned against Joe. My dad and aunt are there for me, but neither has expressed any interest in being intimately involved in this aspect. They are happy with the kid to spoil aspect. Falling into the pattern, I laughed. And my mother walked away from me a long time ago. No, Carolan is my familiar. He doesn't like doctors' offices as they always yell at him about shutting, but he will be very aware of everything we are doing. And Esmir is his mother. She's both excited and curious as she's never known a pregnant human. How much of it is grandbaby fever and how much is scientific interest, we aren't sure. Sable finished, the three of us grinning like loons. But if they pop in, don't worry about sharing anything with them. They are beings I trust with my life, I assured her. Quite literally. Ah, so authorized people with HIPAA. I can work with that. She paused with an odd look on her face. They don't have IDs or anything, do they? I covered my face with my hand, fighting laughter at the idea of convincing Esmir to get an identification card, though Carolan had multiple badges, so he wouldn't care. I never broached the idea of him driving. He'd never let go of it, and I wasn't sure the world could handle a cath with a driver's license. I could introduce you real quick. If it's short, he doesn't shed that much. Trust me, I don't think you'll have any problems recognizing them. I tried really hard not to snicker. I'd never met another cath familiar, and I suspected Esmir was one of a kind. Anna had a puzzled look on her face, but nodded. Sure. Carolan, want to pop in for a minute and meet my doctor?
I thought you would never ask. I wish to inspect the person who will help my queen through her pregnancy.
The stab of pain sliced through me, then was gone as Carolan stepped through. In the white beige of the room, his red fur all but glowed in contrast. Anna sucked in a harsh gasp of air as she fell back against the door. Her eyes were wide and face pale as she stared at the apex predator, who was too lazy to fish for his own dinner.
You are the healer who will ensure my queen has healthy kids.
He stuck his nose toward her, sniffing.
You smell healthy. Are you a good healer? Experienced with squalling ones?
Anna licked her lips, her voice higher pitched than previously. I've delivered a lot of children, yes. You are Carolan? She squeaked as he licked her hand.
You will do. Take care of my queens. They are precious.
He turned and grazed past all of us, seeming to stroke us, in reality marking us as his. Then he was gone. The room seemed much bigger when he stepped back into the realms. Anna sagged, looking at us with wide eyes. And his mother is like him. Oh, much worse. She is much bigger and way more professor-like and bright green, Joe said with a grin. On the bright side, if you can handle those two, my mother won't be an issue. Oh, my, Anna whispered. Chapter 21. Twins come in more than 2 types. We are all familiar with fraternal, 2 separate placentas, and identical, Same placenta, same genetic structure. But there are also mirror image twins where they are exactly what they seem. The pregnant mage. We got home and decided to wait before telling anyone until we knew for sure I'd kept at least one of the embryos. After that point, I'd tell work and we would tell our families. Carolan spent too much time being smug that his family already knew until I threatened to have Joe dump ice water on him if he didn't quit being a pain. He sulked for a day, then let it go. Joe wanted to tell Marisol so badly I could taste it, but with my magic being wonky, no one wanted to get anyone's hopes up. Miscarriages were common. From my perspective, time dragged and flew by at the same time. It seemed like things were happening super fast and slower than ice melting simultaneously. Esmir sent back messages via Carolan that she had not found anything about magic being an issue while pregnant so far, and I stressed over every millimeter of hair I spent. The only saving grace was that the next month's work was busy, but boring and in the office. I spent the majority of my time in the lab and doing paperwork and research. I still went home to Albany from Atlanta daily, but most days I let Carolan take me via RIPS. Let's just say that I vastly preferred sidestepping home. I still didn't feel different, and that worried me, almost as much as my magic refusing to cooperate. I'd almost quit using it. Joe and Sable had faith it would straighten out. I just avoided thinking about it since I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Should I tell the draft board? Tell Naomi? Should I talk to Indira and Steven about it? In the end, I didn't do anything. I just made sure I took all of my vitamins, and when I did use magic, I tried to be very specific. I dove back into James Wells' research just to see if he'd ever looked at pregnancies, but the man had been a prolific writer, and even with me reading a few pages a night, I had barely managed to get through the journals he wrote during his draft since I started. I must admit failure, Esmir said in my brain. I jerked, spilling some of my precious limited coffee on the floor of the kitchen. I stared at it, wanting to cry. Caffeine lost to me. I took a deep breath and looked around. I was still alone. Esmir? Out in your sunroom. The warmth feels good. I checked my watch. 20 minutes until I needed to be headed to Atlanta. Oh well. Me being late wouldn't really matter. I just hated it. She was sprawled out on the floor, the sunrise casting golden light over her emerald fur. I had a flash of her laying on a pharaoh's throne, enjoying the adoration. It seemed all too fitting. And how have you failed? I took a seat, savoring every sip of my coffee. I didn't drink it mindlessly anymore. I got too little to waste it. All the females I've spoken with who give birth have never noticed magic issues. But... She paused, only her lashing tail giving me any hint as to her mood. I waited. Hurrying her didn't work. The majority of my contacts are not humanoid, and only a few used magic regularly enough to notice what the demand was. She mentally hissed at that, and I wrinkled my nose. It felt like insects running over my brain. Most discomfiting. So, I fear I am not much help, and it is worrying me. I didn't try to deny the tightening in my body. I'd hoped this was normal, but in my very careful web searches, no one was talking about it, and it made me nervous. Did it mean the child was in danger? And for Esmir to be worried added extra stress. So I asked Tursane to stop by and talk to you. What? I blurted out the word, sloshing my coffee again. Tursane was still intimidating and powerful, even if I regarded her as an almost friend. She never lost the boost I'd inadvertently given her, and Salastra, the unicorn order lord, still hadn't forgiven me. I tried to remember the last time I'd seen Tursane, at least a year ago. We invited her to things more like you invite the powerful fairy because you don't want to offend her, but most of the time she declined. I liked her, but she still scared the willies out of me when I really thought about what she was. She's more humanoid than I am, and spirit tends to have more beings that are humanoid than chaos. We lean towards more animalistic natures. You saw Abner. That is about as humanoid as we get without conscious choice. And who would want to be human? She said it the way I would mention a pile of dog crap on my shoe. I might have taken offense, but I knew what her next words would be. After all, when you are Kath, why would you want to be anything else? Even canines are preferable to the blindness of humans. I shook my head. All Kath were convinced they were the best of any beings, and I didn't have the energy or centuries to try to convince them otherwise. Besides, I wasn't always sure they were wrong. Opposable thumbs and grace and magic, they might be right. And what did Tersane say? I asked that with no small amount of trepidation. Tersane wasn't as whiplash in her moods with me as Salstra was, but still. Nothing. She hummed a lot, nodded, and slithered away. That Gorgon does inscrutable better than most statues. Esmir sounded annoyed, and I hid my laugh by taking another sip of the dwindling coffee. Well, then, I shall wait to hear what she has to say. Thank you for your efforts, Esmir. I rose, staring sadly at my empty mug. Water or juice for me for the rest of the day. Maybe I'd splurge on a smoothie with peanut butter in it. It was going to be a long 8 months. Well, less than that, but still. Her tail flicked in a dismissive gesture. I should have found better. It highlights how little I know about the vagaries of human reproduction. I shall be following your gestation closely. Esmir stared at me, amber eyes unblinking. I rolled my eyes, then shrugged. This pregnancy was starting to feel like a class project. Joe and Sable were planning on sending regular updates to relatives when it was confirmed after the 12-week appointment. I still didn't know how I felt, so I wasn't worrying about it, just watching it happen. I'm off to work. Carolan should be back after he helps me get to work if you want him. No, I shall enjoy the sun a bit longer. Earth's sun has a heat to it I love. Then I have work to do. She laid her head back down, eyes closed as she absorbed the sun. I put my empty mug in the sink, then filled my water bottle with a glum look. Even the water flavorings didn't help. I missed my coffee. 5 minutes before I was late, making sure I had everything ready to go, I headed upstairs and crouched next to Carolan, sprawled out on his bed. The colors still clashed, but he looked so cute against the brown and neon yellow. Hey, I said, rubbing his ear. He purred and rolled over to give me access to his chin. You willing to take me to work? I should really be there. Oh, now, I said, looking at my watch. This magic issue already was making me understand why people didn't use magic. If it cost so much to use it, you'd never dared, just in case you really needed it later. I had more sympathy for other mages now.
Yes, but sleeping one's there.
He yawned as he spoke to me, his long fangs driving home that I really didn't ever want him or Esmir to get mad at me. They could rip off an arm without trying. That may have been why I liked them so much. Death and cute fur. I hefted my stuff as he opened a portal. I put my hand on his collar and walked in. It was a mostly empty gray space with a scraggly bush and dry dirt. The rip to the house closed and he opened a new one, and we stepped out onto the sidewalk next to my building. Why is it always that space? I asked. The few times he'd helped me travel, it was always that same location.
Neutral space. Nothing to attack or be attacked by. A lot of us use it as a transport point. It is boring. Boring in the realms is safe.
I gave him a look as we badged into the building. I'd clipped his badge to his collar after we stepped out. Someday I'd like to see the realms. Your realms with you. I've only ever gone to safe places. or at least mostly safe.
Maybe. Someday. But absolutely not until your magic responds correctly.
He almost hissed. I got the feeling sometimes his offense at my magic not working was personal. Like, how dare magic betray his queen? It was amusing and cute, if not a bit worrisome. I knew he wasn't an all-powerful being, but the fact that neither him nor Esmir knew why my magic was behaving this way didn't make me feel better. I logged in as he sprawled under my desk, instantly asleep. I dealt with paperwork. The results were finally back from the CDC, as well as the full details of what the boy had been up to. Linking that into my existing case notes and filing everything as complete took most of the day. An hour later, I was pulling up the next research assignment when I heard familiar footsteps. "I'm concerned about this aspect of your report," Naomi spoke, before she had even rounded the corner of my cubicle, holding her tablet in her hands. And which part would that be? I leaned back, stretching. Maybe I'd take a bath tonight. "You said you found 2 rips while there. Both small?" She lifted her head to stare at me, light brown eyes like spotlights of focus. Both were small, not micro, and apparently still big enough for someone to step into, though I do realize that the ability to travel into portal openings usually has little to do with physical size, more the state of mind of the traveler. Humans like things to be human-sized. I paused, then shrugged. Well, normally. "What?" Naomi gave me a curious look, and I gave her a lopsided grin. The kid, Ben Jensen, was a planewalker. That meant any rip, no matter how tiny, he could use it to step in and out of the planes. It's rare and rather creepy. Most of the time, and especially with physical things, it needs to be the right size. For example, if I want to drag a car through a rip, it had better be big enough for the car, or bad things happen. "To the car or the person? And worse than you teleporting?" Her voice dry as she stood hip-cocked, watching me. I stepped through the planet and time, not really through the planes. It's different, and the cost is much, much higher to teleport. I wasn't trying to be difficult, but it was 2 separate things, and I wasn't going to mention what the cost difference was for me. "Explain." Her voice was flat, but I knew she was serious. She wanted to understand. I muttered to myself for a minute, trying to figure out how to explain. "Okay, you've been camping and have been in a tent, right?" She nodded. "So if I'm on the outside of one side of the tent and you need to get to the other side, traveling via the planes is like taking a knife and slitting open the side of the tent nearest me and ducking inside. I then walk to the other side of the tent and slit that side and step out. The tent is always the size of a pup tent, but I can step in and out on other sides of the planet." Naomi narrowed her eyes as she thought, but finally nodded. "Okay, I get that. But don't you do the same thing when you teleport?" I shook my head. When I teleport, I take that same tent, and instead of cutting it, I pull it to one side and step across where it was. But again, it can be to the other side of the room or across the world. You go somewhere else when you plane walk or use the planes as a passage. Teleporting moves the distance you want to go out of the way. She stood there for a long time, and I shifted under the weight of her gaze. "Magic is nowhere near logical enough for me. Let me know if you close any other portals, regardless of size. I've got a case or 2 coming down next week. Please have your workload cleared to deal with it." A brisk nod, and she was gone. I sagged in relief. I liked Naomi, but sometimes she was a bit too laser-focused for my comfort. Coworkers stopped by and chatted for a bit, but soon left as they had their own work stacking up. It made me long to be out doing something, even while I was very glad to be doing nothing except filing reports. Smirking at myself and my inconsistencies, I settled in to deal with work and see what other cases I might be called into, all while stress about my pregnancy and my magic bubbled at the back of my brain. Chapter 22.
Pregnancy fact. The average number of calories needed to support twins is around 4,000 calories. If you are a mage, plan on more. Mages generally spend more calories every day replacing the genetic materials used casting magic. Keep in mind that healthy food options are best, as supplying this calorie need via fast food is harmful to your health. The pregnant mage. The next 2 weeks went by with nothing happening. A few investigations in Atlanta, one where a bridge was set on fire and collapsed, and they wanted to see if magic had been used. There hadn't been any, but I did find a micro rip. I closed it and noted it in my notes when I filed the report. The culprits weren't mages. That I checked with both pattern and recreate and checked for any magic remnants, but neither Carolan nor I could find anything. My magic still responded like molasses to anything I wanted, and it was easier to not use it, at least when I didn't have to. It scared me how easy it was to just not use magic. My loss of sidestepping was the worst, but Carolan helped with that, or at least made it more of an annoyance than crippling. The number of days pregnant ticked in my head like a metronome, even as the problems with magic caused me stress. I pulled out clothes for the morning, started getting dressed, had to suck in my stomach to button my pants, and froze. I couldn't remember the last time my clothes hadn't fit. Gaining weight had never been an issue for me. Putting on muscle was, but I rarely gained weight. My pants are too tight, I muttered, staring at the tug of the waistband against the button.
I thought your ass looked larger than normal, but I wasn't sure.
I turned and threw my wadded-up socks at Carolan.
It is true. Weight gain is good. Mothers need fat to feed young ones. Skinny mothers don't have enough fat to keep their kids healthy.
This time I threw a shirt at him. That isn't helping. Carolan closed his eyes and rolled over.
Humans.
I narrowed my eyes at him and grabbed a stretchy pair of leggings and a long shirt. If I spent the day in the lab with a lab coat on, it was doubtful anyone would notice. But no matter what, it meant shopping. A sigh slipped out as I contemplated that process. Shopping almost always sucked, and almost always meant Indira, Joe, and Sable would have a blast. I'd put off mentioning it for another 2 weeks. I could just wear longer tops until then.
"Morning, Mama-to-be," Joe sang out as I entered the kitchen.
She handed me a small cup of coffee.
"Your allotted coffee for the day? Perfectly fixed."
I narrowed my eyes at her and sat down, inhaling the aroma. Joe loved me being pregnant, and while we were all trying to figure out this new dynamic, I still didn't know how I felt about it. But I couldn't deny being waited on was a bit addictive. "What do you want for breakfast?" This was new, and I shrugged. "Just a bagel with cream cheese. I have a lot to do in the lab today. Dirt samples, and then we are waiting to see if I get called in on a missing kid. Though I'm not sure if they want Carolan or me more." Joe nodded as Sable came in. Sable stopped and gave Joe a deep kiss, then came and dropped a kiss on my head. "Morning, Cori." "Sable," I murmured, trying not to smile at their sweetness.
"Okay, but remember you need protein at lunch and no raw fish."
Joe made me a bagel the way I liked it. Half an inch of cream cheese and a sprinkle of paprika.
"Your 12-week ultrasound appointment is next week. Are you excited?"
I could hear that she was, but I'd actually forgotten, and panic gripped me. What if it showed nothing? Then I remembered the clothes that didn't fit this morning. I was definitely pregnant. Curious might be a better word. I finished off my coffee and grabbed my water bottle. Sable grinned as she fired up the blender. "I'm making you a smoothie. You aren't getting enough vitamins right now. Your eating habits have always been iffy, so drink this and eat the bagel. I know you don't want a full meal in the morning, but this will taste good and be good for you." I narrowed my eyes as I watched her put spinach, red powder, and berries into the blender. "Uh-huh." They both grinned at me. "Deal?" They chimed out as I made a face. "Yes, dears," I muttered, and sipped my tiny cup of coffee. They both gave me unrepentant grins. and I just hid my own smile, feeling rather loved. A sharp spike of transient pain lashed through me, and I raised my head as Esmir slipped in. "Good morning, Queens. I trust the morn has found you well." She tilted her head, looking at me. "Carolan is correct. You have started putting on weight." I groaned as both Joe and Sable's eyes snapped to me. They assessed me, and grins spread over their faces. "Shopping time!" they chorused, and I let my head hit the table with a dull thud. "I hate shopping," I whined, knowing it would do me no good. "Too bad. We are going to get you some cute maternity clothes this weekend, but you know you'll have to tell your boss soon." I tried not to cringe at the idea of hours of trying on clothes, and I wouldn't even be able to get a mocha. Fine. But I was getting a coffee ice cream, maybe even a coffee-flavored milkshake. "Humans, your natural skin is functional. Your dependence on extra fur is confusing. But that is not why I came." Esmir moved over to where Sable was still blending, her ears laying back each time Sable pressed the button. "What is that?" "Food for Cori. She needs to get more vitamins." Esmir watched, her lips pulling back as she scented the air. She gave me a sidelong look, ears twitching. "You will eat that?" The disgust and outrage in her voice amused me. "I would agree with you, but I've seen what Carolan eats," I responded, shuddering as his joy in eating fish heads flashed through my mind.
You do not understand how good flesh tastes,
he commented as he sauntered into the kitchen. "Your taste buds and ours do not work the same," Sable commented as she brought the smoothie to me. "Try it," she said, this time looking at me. Wary of the taste, I took a sip and blinked. Not bad. It doesn't taste like spinach at all. I took another sip. This would actually make mornings easier. She had it in a travel cup with a straw, meaning I could nibble as I moved. Good! I included ginger, which should help with any morning sickness later. I rolled my eyes at the reminder, but didn't follow up on it. "So why did you come if not to see how fat I am?" "You are nowhere near fat enough, I don't believe. Humans are different from Cath, but that is part of the problem. Most of those I know are not humanoid. It is such an inefficient form." This time I did roll my eyes. Cath were horribly predictable when it came to some things. "Nevertheless, Tersane asked me to tell you she would be by next Friday evening with someone you can speak with regarding your pregnancy issues." "She found someone? Who?" Joe and Sable looked as eager as I felt. "I am unsure, but she sounded assured, though that does not imply anything. Tersane does not lack for confidence." She licked her paw as if that was somehow a crime. Maybe it was if you weren't Cath. "We'll be back from the ultrasound appointment by then, so should know the status of the baby," Joe volunteered. I swallowed, but nodded. "That sounds great. Do you want to come? We can have a dinner party and tell people." I offered. It had been a while since we'd had anyone over. Esmir tilted her head, then darted a quick groom at her shoulder. "If you serve fish, I shall attend regardless. It might be wise to invite Tersane." She said it casually, but all of us caught the suggestion.
fish. The rest is their problem.
Carolan yawned.
"Ugh, I believe we are going to be late."
I jerked my head down to glance at my watch. Crap! I downed the rest of my coffee and grabbed the smoothie. "Talk to these two about the dinner. I'll see you then." I headed to work with Carolan, leading me through the plains, and got to my office only 5 minutes late. My life would be so much easier if I could still sidestep, at least cheaply. I settled down at my computer, called up my email, and worked on drinking the smoothie Sable made. It wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected. There were some benefits to this whole thing. The phone rang next to me as I dug through computer emails and research options. "Morning, Naomi," I said, answering as I filed emails. "Cori, I've got a new assignment for you. We have an accident in a chemical factory that the first responders need some help with. The fumes are so strong they can't get in without respirators. But they are trying to find unconscious people, and they are worried they are missing things with lack of visibility and trouble hearing. I've got a helicopter coming in and should be here in 20 minutes. I need you to go see if you can clear the air and locate anyone. The request rocked me back. My magic was so iffy, but I knew that if she was calling me, it was because they needed someone who could manage air and help with wounded. I looked at my hair. The doubling of vitamins meant it was growing well, and with Carolan, I should be able to do it. Forcing my doubts down, I nodded. Yep, let me grab my bag and change clothes. I'll meet them at the helicopter. Excellent. Keep in touch. They said they have a wizard and a magician there, but neither are orders, so they are having trouble with air. Use them as you need to. Got it. I hung up and stared at my fingers, then shook my head. I had a job to do, and magic would have to deal. Come on, Carolan. We have work to do. Are you sure? I looked over at him. He stared at me, green eyes all but glowing in the office lights. It's my job. I'll do it and make the offerings as necessary. I can still use blood and cells, but with your help, it shouldn't be too bad. He tilted his head, then nodded, brushing his cheek along mine.
Then we shall go save the day.
I quirked one side of my mouth at that. With sidestepping being an issue, I'd created a hefty go bag and kept it stored under my desk. Before, I would have stepped home and changed. But it struck me even that took time. This was already proving valuable. I changed into jeans, cringing as I had to suck in my stomach to get them to fit. Purchasing some larger jeans with elastic waistbands would be important. I pulled on and laced up my hiking boots, grabbed my med bag from the other side of the desk, and we headed to the helicopter pad. Time to do what they paid me for. As I stood on the roof waiting, another idea filtered through my head. Maybe the House of Emrys had some info about the weird fading effect of my magic. If Tersane's contact didn't know, once we made my status public, I'd ask there, as well as cornering Indira and Stephen. My hand drifted to my stomach. In a bit over a week, I know for sure. I had no idea if that was exciting or terrifying. Either way, right now, I had a job to do. Chapter 23. Pregnancy Facts. Babies in utero develop hair all over their bodies called lanugo. It looks like a fur coat. They usually shed this hair before they are born, but sometimes they may be born with a downy coat of hair. The pregnant mage. It was my second helicopter ride, and I didn't know if it would be my last. Could I sidestep out of a helicopter? What about while falling to my doom? My hands were wrapped so tight on my seatbelt it had cut into my palm. The life flight I'd been in had been calm and boring compared to this one. The pilot flew like a hummingbird. I'd been jerked around so much I thought I might have whiplash. I can't die like this. What about the baby? Pounding heart and cotton mouth plagued me as I kept my eyes closed so tight, my face ached. Coming in now! Mind the smoke when you get out! Mind the smoke? When I get out? I might be kissing the ground. The fire was in a suburb of Atlanta, and there were people trapped, and no hazmat crews around because of a major traffic jam on 285, the freeway that circled Atlanta. Naomi had mentioned something else, but it didn't register. All I knew was that they needed me, and I'd die before I got on a helicopter with that pilot again. Landing, the pilot said over the headset, just as the helicopter rocked. You can get out now, ma'am. I unscrunched my eyes and then fumbled with the belt. Out sounded very good. My feet hit ground, and I stumbled forward, my bag pulling me down, and I didn't resist. My head spun as I gulped in the smoky air. Never again, I muttered as I pushed myself to my feet and headed further away from the flying death trap. I'll walk. He's insane. Smoke plumed up from 3 buildings and fire from a 4th. The scent of smoke, sulfur, and some other chemicals I couldn't name wrapped around my lungs like a wet towel. I couldn't avoid it, and then nausea plowed into me. My stomach lurched up. I almost went to my knees again, trying not to toss what I'd eaten everywhere. A hand touched my shoulder. I jerked upright, still trying to convince my stomach that expelling its contents wouldn't change anything.
Agent Munroe?
A large man with a skin the color of Hamadia's bark stood nearby, looking at me. The firefighter's suit proclaimed him as Lieutenant Kearns. I managed a nod, my mouth still firmly pressed together. Ginger ale right now would have made me cry in relief.
Good. We need help. They're still trying to figure out what chemicals are in there. The computer records were destroyed by the explosions, and someone misfiled them at the fire station. We contacted the local hospital, but they said they were sent to the new hospital, and the new hospital says they never received them.
The way he said that made me think someone might get fired over that.
The smell is getting worse, and you aren't the only one having issues with nausea.
Relief hit with a gut punch, and I managed a wobbly smile. I would gladly put the blame on the chemicals in the smoke and not my treacherous body. He looked around, the smoke blanketing the area, and his figure was ominous darkness.
Aren't you supposed to have a cat with you? They warned us a lot about that.
Oh, yeah. Carolan? My heart leapt at that idea. Leaning against him would be nice, because the world still spun. Helicopters were evil. The need to control my rolling stomach masked the expected stab of pain. The squeak and stutter step backward by the lieutenant told me Carolan was here.
This smells like chaos,
he muttered, pressing up against me. My hand found his head and part of me, the part that found the helicopter ride the most terrifying thing I'd ever done, unwound. It is? You ready? I opened my eyes to look at him. His ears were laid back and whiskers tight against his muzzle, tail lashing.
I do not know that I can find much in this environment. Even the dragon's sulfur springs are not as caustic as this.
I had to agree, but it didn't change the job I needed to do. Is any of the smoke hazardous to health? I looked at the lieutenant, who still had his eyes locked on Carolan.
Not that we have any reason to believe, but that is part of the problem. We need a good chemical person to ID what to use. Some of the products the employees have told us about reacts to water, others to sand, and yet others to our dry chemical agents. Some of it doesn't need oxygen to burn, so we aren't positive how to smother it yet without making it worse. That's why you're here.
And the managers for this site? We started walking, and my brain had pushed past the primal terror of the helicopter ride. I started cataloging chemical reactions. Most of the time with chemicals, you either snuffed them or used a halogen-like system to put them out. But if they really had this volatile of a mix, it could be much more difficult. I ducked involuntarily as a nearby transformer exploded in a shower of sparks. What about the power? I said dryly. Getting electrocuted wasn't high on my list of fun things.
Working on that too. The manager is on vacation in the Caribbean with no service. The people he left here don't have access to the systems. And their MSDS sheets were stored near the tanks.
He sounded more than a bit annoyed at that, and I understood. Per OSHA, copies of MSDS, material safety and data sheets, should have been stored in an area easily accessed by employees. By the tanks didn't qualify. Okay, so what would you like me to do? Please tell me you don't need me to do an S&R in there. I pointed at the buildings, of which two now were fully engulfed and fire danced around the edges of a third.
We need to tamp the flames down, and smothering is the easiest. We need to lower the heat so my men can get close enough to spray foam. If you can do the first two, we can do the spraying.
I bit my lip and nodded. You don't have any mages? There were lots of wizards and magicians that went into fire departments, so it almost surprised me that I was here. Almost. I could all but guarantee there was something weird going on.
One is out pregnant. The other broke his leg 2 weeks ago. The wizards I have left aren't strong enough to compete with a fire at this stage. If they called us when the first building went up, we could have done something. Now, it's too powerful for him to affect.
Swallowing, I nodded. I see. Let me try. My shoulders relaxed a bit, magnified by the thick coat he wore. We'd stopped walking near the trucks, and the heat beat at my face, making me want water to cool down as well as push back the nausea.
Here are my 2 mages, Katie Giordano and Rufus Benton.
He nodded at the 2 people looking exhausted by the truck. Hey, can you tell me what you tried? I didn't bother to introduce myself. Either they would recognize me because of the tattoos, or they wouldn't. Either way, I had quit caring about the double Merlin status a long time ago.
Blowing away the smoke, suppressing the air, neutralizing the chemicals. Katie responded dully. Her hair was in a ponytail, but I could tell chunks were gone.
We can't figure out what is burning, so we can't neutralize. The storm coming in makes it so we can't snuff it out before we lose our control over the air. With all the corners in the building, we keep getting pockets of fumes that turn volatile, making it worse.
Rufus spoke this time, and he seemed just as exhausted, his head even showing bald patches.
We kept trying to get a clear way for the firefighters to get in, but the air changes so much we can't manage to do even that. We still don't know if all the employees got out or not.
His voice sounded like forming syllables was too much work.
Anything we do can make it worse. If we spray water on the roof and there are water-flammable chemicals, we'll get explosions. If we use flame retardant that high in the air with this wind, it goes everywhere. I need to know what's in there.
I keep thinking I can hear screams, Katie said, in a voice that sent chills up my spine. I swallowed. Of all the times for my magic to be acting up. Oh well, I had offerings available. I'd use them. My chemistry is pretty strong, but I agree that not knowing the chemicals makes it hard. Break it down for me, what needs to be done in what order. Katie took a deep breath and faced me. We need to get the structures under control so the fire doesn't spread. Then we can get in and get the internal fires under control and try to stop anything else from blowing up. Which building first? And will sand or dirt cause any issues? Frowning, but with a bit of life back in her eyes, she shook her head. The one fully engulfed. We've had 2 muffled explosions in there so far. If we can get the building under control, we can get in with spray to control the internal fires. Ready to help, Carolan? I scanned the area, looking for material I could work with to get the fire under control.
As ever, my queen.
He pressed against me, his heat reassuring as I went to work. I nodded and leveraged air and earth. The torn-up area around us, the tankers coming in and out, kicking up, even the ash that lay everywhere would work. Air fought me, though earth felt amused. They asked more than they had ever wanted before, but still 2 inches of hair was easy enough to pay. I offered it up and pulled. Everything depended on air, and that was Sable's power, not mine, which meant I wasn't a null anymore, but pale might be stretching it. And being so low translated into higher costs, larger offerings in general. Air swirled hard, creating dust cyclones so thick you couldn't see through them. They bounced around like a child playing hopscotch, collecting fine silt and sand. People exclaimed around me, but I focused on what I was trying to do. Air was never easy to control, and with the storm riding in, it had a powerful urge to blow how it wanted, not in the direction I asked. But when my 3 dust cyclones were all but solid dirt, I pushed them up to the top of the building and released them. With a subtle whamph that sent dust flying everywhere, the dirt blanketed the buildings, snuffing most of the fires almost instantly. I'd focused on the fires near the doors, and already firefighters were scrambling to pull open the doors and aim the retardant inside. The white foam sprayed out of the nozzles into the building. That work? I asked, my throat screaming for water. The smoke and concentration drained me. Merlin's balls, it did! The next one, we need the smoke to get contained.
It's so thick we can't see, and there's a good chance it is toxic. But with what we don't know. Katie sounded excited. I shuddered. Had I been breathing that? The frantic thought had me looking around, but no one seemed worried, and we were all well away from the building. The first one had been mostly flames, so when they opened the doors, the hot spots had been clear of smoke. The next one, they didn't know what was burning or smoking, which made it difficult to decide. Okay, pull open a door and I'll push the smoke back, but they'll need to figure it out quick. I can't hold that for very long. There's too much atmospheric activity out here. I pointed up to the clouds and they nodded. Orders were shouted, and I pulled on air while they got someone with something that looked like a scope, ready about 20 feet from the door. I figured they would need light too, so I added that complexity to my mind. Refraction wasn't something I'd spent a lot of time studying, but I figured I could pull this off. The two mages gave me the go sign, and I pulled, cringing at an inch of hair vaporizing, but I sank my hand into Carolan's fur and concentrated. This was both complex and something I didn't do often, which meant it took a lot of mental calculations to get the effect I needed. I had air grab the smoke, creating a wall of force that no particle could get through, and pushed the wall toward the back. At the same time, I got air to refract light, combining air and water to create clouds. If it did it right, there would be enough to brighten the building. With any luck, they'd be able to see what they needed to.
Oh, shit!
The words were loud enough that I could hear them, but it was the tone that cut through everything. It was the tone that said we were all screwed. The lieutenant stormed toward the man.
What?
The firefighter dropped the scope from his eye, and even through the soot I could see his face pale.
There's a fire going strong under the liquid amytal tank. Looks like it is being fed from a gas line with storage inside the building, not an external line. If it blows, we're all dead, because it will start a chain explosion that would be one for the record books.
How do I stop that? I blurted, moving over to them. They whirled to look at me.
Can you snuff out the flames?
I grimaced. Sure, for a few seconds. But you have a constant fuel supply, things sparking, and air won't hold still for long. Even now it wants to move and the smoke is starting to seep out. I gestured toward the building. So, meh?
Can you cool it down?
A slow smile appeared. Now that, I can do. If I get it cold enough, it will take a while for the flames to heat it back up. But I need somewhere to dump the heat. I looked around and then sighed. I'm going to dump it straight up into the atmosphere. I apologize now for any funky weather changes. I wasn't too worried about drastic weather changes. It took a lot of energy to affect the weather on anything more than a local scale. It was a cool day, and I just hoped the heat didn't make the storm worse. I convinced fire to listen to me, and I basically sweet-talked it into sending all the heat up in a column. I had my eyes closed, concentrating on what I needed it to do, remembering the science behind heat conversions and sweet-talking to convince fire that dumping it into air was way more fun than keeping that tank hot. My world narrowed down to Carolan at my side and the fire in the building.
Cori Munroe? Cori? I think you can stop now.
The voice came from my side and I turned, blinking my eyes open as I focused back on the real world. Carolan was my anchor as he rumbled up her and pressed in at my side.
I think it's good now,
he said, slowly, and pointed into the building. I followed the line of his finger and blinked. The entire warehouse had frozen. The only flame was the one being fed by gas. Oh, think you can shut it off now? I asked, a bit shocked. It had cost more than I liked, but that level of response hadn't been what I expected.
Already on it.
He gave me a puzzled look, then shook his head. The rest of the day cost me 2 more inches, but we left happy. I refused to get in the helicopter and waited for a car. The ride back to my Atlanta apartment was quiet and sedate. I was more than happy with sedate. A quick shower there, and then I let Carolan take me back to Albany,
with my dirty clothes in my hands and a mission in my mind. Chapter 24. Pregnancy Fact. Chimera. Most people think you mean a creature from mythology, and maybe from chaos. It is said to be a lion with the head of a goat coming out of its back with a snake for a tail. But it is also what someone who absorbs a twin in utero and retains 2 sets of DNA in them is called. While rare, it has proven to cause issues for those so affected. The pregnant mage. I'd explained everything about the chemical plant to Joe and Sable. Well, not the nausea. That they didn't need to know. Ginger and crackers were helping that, but still, why couldn't it be morning sickness instead of random all-day sickness? It would make everything much easier. I got grumpy when my body refused to follow my suggestions. I know you don't use your society affiliation much, but I've been talking to mine more, Sable said, her brows furrowed. That prompted a snarl of annoyance from me. I still didn't see what the outrageous amount of money I was spending each month and the even worse amount that I'd been paying when the draft was done was worth. Okay, and? She smirked at me. And they are a resource. While ours has weekly get-togethers, it also has nanny vetting, contractor recommendations, and multiple season tickets to various venues. So they might have information about this weird fading of your magic. Nannying? You aren't planning on getting a nanny, are you? I placed my hand on my belly. The idea of a stranger taking care of this child worse than the nausea had ever been. Or a contractor? Hemadia burst into view, a panicked look on her face. They'll tear up my walls, my branches, my roots. She was all but wailing in panic, and the interior walls went slightly orange. Sable groaned and put her head in her hands. Joe patted her back. The selective hearing you two exhibit is even more impressive than what my brothers can do. These were just examples of what our society elementals offers. Each society offers different things, and I doubt you've even thought about Emrys since you joined. I think about the money every month, I muttered. You will not bring a contractor in here? Hemadia prodded, still a touch of orange around her eyes. No contractor without talking to you. You can do your own stuff pretty easily, Sable reassured her. Good. This is my body. Hemadia took 2 steps back into nothingness and faded. Joe rolled her eyes and stared at me. That leaves you. Emrys is a society of Merlins. Merlins who, like James Wells, research and study and know things. Weird, esoteric things. She narrowed her eyes, staring at me. So, ask them. I've been reading James' journals. Surely it would be in there. I protested, shrinking a little. Going to the house of Emrys would mean admitting they might have some redeeming qualities. And James knew everything in the world? Besides, would it have occurred to him to investigate something that is related only to women? Ask them. Worst case, they don't know anything, Joe said, reaching for her coffee. I watched her drink it with lust in my heart. Minimal coffee sucked. The no booze was simple, comparatively. No, worst case is they'll start asking me to come to meetings, I muttered, but I pulled my phone and started searching for a name. Oh no, the great Cori Munroe might have to go socialize with other people, Sable mocked, smiling at me. You might find someone you like. Just because we are joined doesn't mean you can't have other friends too. I have other friends. They both looked at me with arched brows. It was eerily like looking at Marisol and Henry. It made me squirm. I have Charles, Esmir, Indira, Stephen, Zmog, Ericina, Hemadia, even Tarsane, and maybe Tietang, though if anything he's like an annoying little cousin. Sable rubbed her head, looking like she might need some painkillers. Cori,
At least half of those people aren't. And you only sometimes tolerate Stephen and Indira. Charles is the only other human on that list, and when was the last time we had him over or went out to do something? I opened my mouth to refute that, but I couldn't remember. Before we moved, absolutely. But after that, we'd had a housewarming, but had I hung out with him since? Oh, I muttered, staring at the phone. Go to some of the meetings. Eventually the draft will be done. What are you going to do then? One of the problems of your job is it doesn't really translate into something you can do on a daily basis. Someday you'll have to get a real job. Then what? I really prefer it when you don't rupture my delusions quite so aggressively, I stated with my nose in the air. They both snickered. We're just saying. The kids will forcibly expand our network, and you are always welcome to be part of that. But I can't really see you enjoying talk of baby formulas or what certain cries mean. A cold shudder went down my spine. No, I don't think so. So get a life, Cori. And if it's going to be one with lots of denizens, great. But you need to think past the draft and how the government is trying to sabotage you. I started to demand what she meant by that, but it became all too clear as I thought about it. A job that no private agency could support. I hadn't been developing a network for after the draft like I saw so many others doing. Mostly, I leaned on them and Carolan. Wasn't that enough? I didn't know the answer to that. I laid my hand on my belly, frowning and thinking. I still wanted to go into medicine and figure out what happened to Stevie. But to do that, I'd have to finish pre-med and apply for an internship. That meant more college out of my pocket, but I'd be able to afford it. The question was, did I want to go through that at, 37? It didn't sound appealing. Going back to being a paramedic and specializing in search and rescue sounded much better. But then I'd never make the money that most Merlins did, which meant I couldn't afford the dues for the House of Emrys. The dominoes kept falling in my brain. Research, discoveries, stuff that James had left me, investments. When I started to think about it that way, there were a lot of reasons to contact the House of Emrys and see what they had to offer. Point taken. I'm sending her an email now. Her being Joanna Snowden, the House of Emrys Regional Director for the Southeast. Excellent! Then I'd say work on using magic as little as you can and ask Esmir if she knows of any way to replace offerings faster. And don't forget, you'll be putting on baby weight soon. Joe grinned at me while Sable's face lit up. Ooh, that means shopping. Can't wait. You will be the cutest mommy to be. And I'm leaving now. I rose from the table, typing on my phone as I walked into the kitchen. I grabbed an apple, then bit into it, holding it in my mouth as I headed back up the stairs.
Are you trying to make me hungry?
I looked up to see Carolan watching me from the top of the stairs. He loomed as I finished the email, took a bite of the apple, and stepped onto the landing. No, why?
You reminded me of all the pictures of a roasted swine with an apple in its mouth. I think we should do that for Christmas this year.
I snorted. Roasted pig? I hope you mean not roasted human.
I would have to try a roasted human to know if there is a taste difference, so I am open to either.
I rolled my eyes and headed into James's study, determined to see if he had any more information about this strange magic behavior than I did.
Cori, are you available to talk to Bainjarl and me?
Tersane's ping felt like snakes crawling through my mind, and I bit my tongue so I didn't screech, my hand instantly rubbing my left forearm, where her last snake had crawled under my skin. After a hard swallow, I replied with a mental smile. Always. I am in my office. I turned the chair around and waited. A minute later, a door materialized in the middle of the study and opened as Tursane slithered out. As always, she was gorgeous. Perfect alabaster skin, perky full breasts, silvery green scales, and her snakes writhing around her head in hello to me. Behind her, Bainjarl stepped in, his wings hugged tight to his body. His white feathers seemed almost dingy in this dark office, and I suddenly knew I needed to add more lights. If his feathers looked drab, this study was too dark. The two of them took up the office, making it feel tiny. "That was different," I said, looking at the door as it closed and disappeared. Normally, it was tears in reality. This time, it had been an actual door.
I asked Hemadia. This way, it is opening into her realm, and there is no alert that I have entered your realm.
Her voice slid through the air like silk, and I fought a smile. Even when not trying, she managed to seduce and bewitch. It literally was part of who she was. I moved the club chair out into the hall, opening up the space for Bainjarl and leaving the footstool for Tursane. It was the same leather as the chair, and I figured it would be more comfortable for her. I hoped. "Please, take a seat. How may I help you?" They exchanged glances, then looked back at me.
Actually, we are here to assist you. As Mia mentioned that you were having issues with magic.
Bainjarl took the lead, which made sense. He had been my teacher for years and was part of the reason I used magic by talking to the elements, as opposed to sheer brute force and science. But I still didn't know what I wanted them to do, at least in some areas. I wrinkled my nose, but I had asked her for help. It is more that it seems since I got pregnant, I'm having to offer much more than I ever would have before.
Clarify,
Bainjarl said, shifting a bit. Human studies were not made for griffins. I blew air through my lips, then grinned. Here. I grabbed a candle that was sitting on the windowsill. This one smelled like lavender. Though Carolan hated it, I enjoyed the soothing scent. Before, when I was Knoll, for me to light it, I want to say it took 15 strands of hair. It had been a long time ago, and I thought that was correct. After joining, when I was able to leverage the connections Joe and Sable had to those branches, it took me maybe 2 inches from 3 strands of hair. It was a good way to measure it. I looked at the candle and asked for it to light. It did, but I cringed a bit. Their eyes were intent on me, and for a second, I almost expected a pat on my head. It was a problem with dealing with creatures who had seen centuries. Sometimes you felt like such a child.
Well?
Tursane demanded, watching me. The equivalent of 30 26-inch-long strands of hair. It felt like I was admitting failure, but that would be why I had curtailed my magic use so strongly. I needed to save my offerings for work. Somehow, I didn't think Naomi would be at all impressed that her powerhouse was now a magical wimp. Oh, I knew that wasn't quite accurate. From what I could see, I was still as powerful as most Merlins, but compared to where I had been, it was a drastic change. They both frowned, and frowning on a griffin looks really odd. His brow ridges furrowed, and the corners of his beak lips drew down. It looked very similar to his "I'm about to attack" expression.
Bainjarl?
Tursane asked, and I watched her snakes wind back away from her head as if they were upset too.
I want to say I've heard of this, but it is a memory that tickles. Something I might have read or heard of once, but I am not sure.
The tiny amount of hope that had bubbled up in my chest drained away. So, it is just me being a weird magnet? They both just stared at me, and I curled up a little. Their stares were intimidating.
It means something odd is going on. I shall research. But be aware I have little on the vagaries of human physiology. Esmir is more knowledgeable than I.
Bane Jarl nibbled on a claw as he talked. And she knows nothing. I've asked. I admitted, feeling like the world was shooting arrows at me, and hitting all too often.
Then I shall research.
He paused, looking around, his eyes on the journals.
I do not suppose you would allow me to read these.
The hint of avarice in his voice made me smile. Sure. Contrary to what Jorgaz thought, most of them are just experiments which failed horribly, and lots of whining about the politics involved in being a Merlin, which was yet another reason I'd been so reluctant to deal with the House of Emrys. But here, I've finished these. They're best read in order, as he does refer to previous experiments quite often. I got up and gave him the first 3 journals. Here you go. Return them when you are done, and I'll give you some more. He carefully picked up the journals with his front arms. Griffin paws looked like 3 fingers and a thumb, but with sharp claws. He could manipulate objects as easily as I could. With a nod, he slipped them into the cross-torso bag he wore.
Thank you. I will take care of these.
Of that, I had no doubt. They rose, and Tersane paused as the door formed.
You will be attending the council meeting?
I said I would, but I still think it has little to do with me. Is there a date yet?
No, but I think it is good humans finally have a representative there, even if you believe you have little power over humans.
We have 7 billion humans on this planet. Even the most powerful human today only controls about 2 billion, and she feels powerless most of the time. That I knew intimately. She would give a lot to go back to being a lowly court mage.
Perhaps, but I suspect that is because of the choices you made. Until later.
She slithered through the door before I could figure out what she meant. I wasn't sure I really wanted to know which of my choices she thought should have been different. Chapter 25. If women laid dragon eggs, unicorns would hate kittens. This is a direct quote from the obstetrician to the reality stars Merlin Mike and Merlin Joanna after a drunken rampage following their fight with pregnant archmage Gloria Marks. Daily Magical News. Time flew by and days melded tighter into a seamless blur. The next thing I knew, I was working from home. Or, more accurately, answering emails from home prior to leaving for the doctor appointment. "Come on, Cori! We need to go!" Joe yelled up the stairs. I sighed and hit send on the last reports, then headed down to meet them. I didn't look obviously pregnant, but I was very glad to have stretchy pants to wear. I wasn't so sure about the other maternity clothes Joe and Sable had filled my closet with, but for now, I kept my mouth shut. Worst case, I'd have a lot of stuff to donate. The ride was spent with them babbling over names, baby supplies, and joy at the whole idea. Just watching them made me smile as they babbled. There were no people I loved more than those 2. But I still couldn't help the nervous feeling about the appointment. What if the pregnancy hadn't taken? What if I'd lost them all? Or if they were deformed? Fears washed through me, to the extent that by the time we got to the doctor's office, I was almost twitchy. So much rode on this, and all I wanted to do was run away screaming. "Breathe, Cori," Sable said, and I jerked my attention to her as she twisted in the front passenger seat to look at me. "It will all be fine. Millions of women get pregnant every year. Yes, And millions have complications and miscarriages. She shrugged. Yep, but you won't. You'll be fine, really. And if something goes wrong, we'll face it then. But borrowing trouble and worrying about things you can't change won't help anyone. The words helped, but even as we entered the office for the ultrasound, I was worried about what it would show. Morning, ladies. Cori, how are you feeling today? The doctor asked, staring at her chart where I knew all the information about my weight, blood pressure, and every little private detail was recorded. Fat? I said, trying to smile. Dr. Anna Lobdell looked at me and laughed. You're only up 5 pounds. It will get worse, so embrace the curves. Doing anything else just adds extra stress. And regardless of what the world thinks, no one needs extra stress. You ready for your examination? I wasn't, but I sat up on the table, the gown doing its best to make me expose everything. Really, sitting here naked would have been easier and less annoying. She did all the normal, embarrassing checks, with Joe and Sable standing by my head. But the one we were all waiting for was the ultrasound. Anxious, are we? Well, I can tell you that you are pregnant. Magic and the urine tests verify that. But let's take a look at the jelly bean and see what it looks like. Her smile warmed me as she flipped on the ultrasound and spread the warm gel on my belly. See, I'm not a complete monster. We even keep the jelly warm. It is greatly appreciated. Anna glanced around. Where is your familiar? Carolan, I believe. He said he'd wait at home for us, that he didn't need any more people to call him dirty, Joe said with a snicker. It offends him. The doctor snorted. I can imagine it would, but still, let him know to be careful. Regular cat scratches can infect, but I don't know about his. And don't change the litter box. I looked at her in surprise. Interesting. He's bitten me a few times, but always to protect me, I said in a rush as she glanced at me with widened eyes. It's complicated, I muttered lamely. But they've always healed without any issue, and he uses the toilet like the rest of us. She blinked, surprised. It's okay. I don't understand, but Merlins have different lives than the rest of us, and I wish I could get my dog to use the toilet. Dr. Lobdell's eyes flicked up to my temple, and she shrugged. But take a look. She nodded at the ultrasound screen. Here are your first pictures. My eyes locked on the screen, both hungry and scared at what I would see. Where is it? Her finger reached up to trace a kidney-shaped blob on the screen. Right there is your baby. My heart leaped, and I felt Joe and Sable lean forward, their bodies brushing mine as their hands tightened on my shoulder. A baby. What is that other blob over there? Sable asked, and I managed to move my gaze to snag on that bit of darkness. Anna's smile widened. That is your second baby. Congratulations. It looks like you are having twins. I blinked, looking at her. Twins? Twins? We're having twins? Sable whisper squealed. The possibility really hadn't registered, but her saying the words kicked my mind into gear. Where's the third? I blurted out, staring at the screen. Dr. Lobdell shrugged. Absorbed or rejected or even just dissolved. The human body can manage marvelous things, but for right now, you seem to have 2 healthy children. Do we know the genders yet? Unfortunately, I only have a 2D ultrasound. That means you need to wait until your next checkup at 18 weeks to know for sure. All of our faces must have fallen. Anna laughed. Does it really matter? Joe and Sable glanced at each other and then at me. No, I guess not. We just wanted to know, Joe admitted. But we will need to make some changes. Yes, twins require a bit more prep. I stared at the two beans again in wonder. All of this seemed crazy to me. Here is your checklist for the next few weeks. You might start seeing some morning sickness and some weight gain is good, but swelling of your feet or other body parts can be an area of concern. But mostly eat healthy food and don't stress too much. I can still work? Dr. Lobdell nodded. Yes, you can. Even firefighters and police don't quit working, usually until well into the 3rd trimester, and you're not in anything that strenuous. But if it feels unsafe, don't do it. You're pregnant, not sick. We all laughed, and she printed out a picture for us. The first picture of our babies. The drive home was spent with Joe and Sable babbling about names and what they wanted to ask Hamadia regarding the nursery. I just stared at the black and white lines, squiggles, and blobs that represented life inside me. The idea tugged and pulled and didn't seem so illusionary anymore. I think we need to tell people now, Joe suggested. I know Mommy has been pinging me regularly and I just avoided answering. I'm sure your father and aunt would like to know, Sable. Sable grinned and cast a look at me as we climbed out of the car, the drive home having vanished in rapt fixation on the picture. Yes, and you need to tell Steven and Indira, and I bet Naomi and others at work would like to know. A funny smile flickered over my face. Can we have people over for dinner Saturday? The magic issues are still giving me fits, but I bet Carolan would help. All of that was true, but mostly I wanted to let people know all at once so I could watch Joe and Sable glow. They would be great parents. Oh, that sounds fun. We can invite everyone. I need to remind Esmir to not tell Marisol until the dinner. I think they still talk regularly. Sable grinned as we headed into the house, a spring in her step. Easily done, but there is someone we do need to let know now. I reminded them with a smile. They both looked at me blankly. Hamadia, we have news for you, I called out as we stepped into the house, the warmth of it enveloping us. You do? She materialized from wherever, floating on her toes. Her head tilted at an angle a human head would never succeed at. That is? Joe and Sable looked at me. I shrugged and looked at them. Your news. Your body, they countered. You're changing the diapers, I said, snickering. So you can tell the fun stuff. Joe rolled her eyes, but Sable just leaned into her. Changing diapers will be worth it. We get to watch them grow up. Small price to pay. I do not understand. What news? Hamadia asked, floating up and down as if bouncing on her toes. Joe moved over and wrapped one arm around my shoulder, kissing the top of my head. We are having twins! The words hung in the hall of our home, full of import and power. Ah, Hamadia murmured, the sound ringing like a bell through the house. There will need to be changes to the nursery, for there are 2 to care for, not 1. Unusually for her, she turned and walked to their bedroom and the nursery that was accessible from there. I shall need more wood, something pretty, a zebra wood or purple heart. Sable's eyes lit up. We can do that. I just laughed, leaving them to their art. I had paperwork to finish and a familiar to inform. Climbing the stairs made me really want a nap, though. I entered my bedroom to find Carolan sprawled out on my bed. Don't you have your own bed?
Yours is better and smells of you. Why should I sleep there when this was vacant?
He lifted his head and looked at me, yawning as he tried to wake up.
You brim of secrets.
That struck me as odd. Normally, he would have heard everything I said as we walked in, but this time he hadn't. Carolan, are you okay?
I am fine. You were barely gone at all.
A quick glance at my watch gave lie to that statement. We've been gone about 3 hours, and we've been back long enough to tell Hamadia. His tail lashed at that, and I sat next to him, petting him. And you didn't hear us? His tail stilled, and sharp green eyes looked at me.
Truly?
I nodded and petted him, suddenly worried. Is your mother coming tomorrow with Tursane? He nodded, his eyes not focused on me, but elsewhere.
She is now. Why?
We need to ask her about this. This is not normal. Fear rippled through me. Are you sure you are well? How old are you? He burst out in mental laughter, even as he gently licked my cheek.
Esmir was born before magic washed over your world. You need not fear me dying of old age like your earthborn pets. I will probably outlive you all.
There was a tinge of sadness there, but he stretched.
But this overwhelming tiredness needs to be dealt with. You said you had news that I had not heard. I am rather put out that Hamadia knows before I do.
As if summoned by saying her name, Hamadia stepped into the room from the nursery door. It startled me, as I still wasn't expecting the door to be there. Yes, wonderful news. There shall be much laughter and chaos here. Putting it to order will be delightful. Carolan's tail lashed back and forth as he stared at the dryad.
And the news.
He hissed it at me, and I was tempted to let Hamadia tell him, but I gave in and scratched his ears with my right hand as my left cupped my stomach. We are having twins. His ears flicked back and forth, and he sniffed my stomach.
Only 2. Is everything well? It is not good to only have 2 kits. Esmir's last letter had 4.
I blinked at him, then started to laugh. Hey, Joe! I yelled out, trusting the house to carry the words. Carolan needs to talk to you. I let her explain the mysteries of human reproduction to the cat, and I'd escape. I left, still giggling. There was no way in the world I wanted to be carrying 4. Chapter 26.
Beware the pregnant mage, for her temper is short and magic strong. A wise man treats a pregnant mage like an angry dragon, bringing gifts and tender morsels.
Chia Hang Proverb. We spent Friday evening grocery shopping and sending out invites. The invites simply said, family dinner at Hamadia's house for big news. Everyone got one. The Guzmans, John Lancet, and his sister, Stephen and Indira, Charles and Ericina, Tursane, Esmir, Bainjarl, even Tia Tang. To my relief, Tia Tang had another commitment, but asked to be told the news. I left that up to Carolan. Their relationship was odd, and I didn't have the energy to try to figure it out. Bainjarl bowed out, saying indoor interactions were too limiting, but hoped the news would be shared when appropriate. Sable's dad, John, and her aunt were both overseas traveling and had work-based conflicts. Carolan offered to take Joe and Sable after dinner to share the news. I'd do that rather than sidestep. I didn't want to waste the offering material. Besides, I wasn't sure where they were. Only Sanchez could attend, as Marco and Paulo had other commitments. But they sent their good wishes and demanded phone calls as soon as the news was spilled. Hamadia was delighted and subtly enlarged the dining room,
creating more elbow room when the table was fully expanded. All in all, we expected to need 12 seats. Ericina would just share with Charles. We'd asked Hamadia, but while she was okay with Tersane and Esmir being there, she didn't want to break bread with them, so we let it be. She would hear everything anyhow if she wanted, and we made very sure she knew she was welcome. As we set places, including Carolan and Esmir, I thought about our constant food bill. There were days when I envied Charles' smaller familiar. She was certainly cheaper and easier to feed, but I would never give up Carolan for anything, or his incredible mother, even if they had expensive food tastes. By 1 p.m., we were ready, and we went to take quick showers. Joe's phone rang as we gathered in the kitchen, and I wondered what we had forgotten or missed. I wasn't as worried about it as they were. Both of them were fussing more than they had over their wedding reception. For me, it was dinner with friends and family. For them, it was the announcement of new family members. I couldn't see why it was a big deal, but honored that it was to them. Hola, Mami, Joe said, picking up her cell. She chattered in Spanish for a minute, then hung up. Carolan, Mami and the others are ready for you to go get them. She hollered that loud enough he could have heard her down the block. Joe, he's a cat. He heard you. I rubbed my ears as I frowned at her. She could be very loud when she wanted to be. You would be more than content to ignore me, saying he didn't hear me. She refuted, as she fussed with the table setting one more time.
I would never ignore a request to assist Marisol. She makes the most wonderful treats,
Carolan said as he strolled into the kitchen.
Of course I will go get them.
My phone pinged, so I pulled it out. Stephen and Indira are about 10 minutes out. Charles? How is Charles getting here? Sable blurted, looking around frantically.
Ericina asked my Malkin to bring them. They should be here in a bit,
Carolan said before he leapt through a rip he'd created and was gone. And I know Tersane knows how to show up, so I don't think that's an issue. It'll be fine. I swear, why are you two so freaked out? A wave of nausea hit me, and I shoved a ginger candy in my mouth. This random nausea was annoying as all get out. They looked at each other, then away, then at me. I crossed my arms and waited. This makes it real. We're starting a family. We aren't young adults playing. At this point, we're all grown up, and I want them to be proud of us. The worry in Joe's voice took me by surprise, and I glanced at Sable, only to see her arms wrapped around herself, leaning against Joe. I covered my face with my hands, head bowed, and tried to control my laughter. When I thought I had it under control, I raised my head to be met with two very anxious sets of eyes. Loves. I heard their twin intakes of air. I was rarely so demonstrative. You are adults and have been for a long time. Your parents see it. The denizens see it. Esmir treats you with more respect than Carolan. You don't have anything to prove. The only thing you need to do today is share some really joyous news. I moved over to them, my arms open. You are the people I love, and that is all that matters. We wrapped in a group hug, and I could feel the stress release from their bodies as their arms tightened around me. I love you. We will love these children, and no one is more proud of you than your families. I said the words softly, and they tightened their arms, then pulled away. Sable carefully wiped under her eyes. Smearing her makeup was never acceptable. You are a wonder, Cori. A slash of pain told me guests had started arriving, and I turned to see Marisol, Henry, and Sanchez stepping out of a rip. They all were smiling, though Marisol looked a bit gray at the edges.
I love how quick it is to get here with Carolan, but I don't know that I'll ever get used to the weird feeling of the realms.
she murmured as she pulled me into a tight hug. They say the same thing about sidestepping, I said with a smile. Sanchez hugged Sable, then punched Joe's arm lightly, then walked over to me. His face had a half-pensive, half-worried look.
So, it's done?
He asked softly. I laughed, his nerves washing mine away. Wrapping my arms around him, I hugged him first and held him until he relaxed enough to hug me back. It's done. Don't worry about it. His arms tightened briefly, then a knock at the door interrupted us. Sable headed off to greet Indira and Stephen, while I headed to greet Tersane, who had pinged me from the backyard. I stepped out into the cold evening to find Tersane there. A beautiful Grecian-style green dress set off her snakes and her eyes. But what threw me were the 2 legs and feet encased in Grecian sandals. I stumbled to a halt, staring at her. You have legs! She glanced down at them with a contemptuous look. I can change my shape enough to create legs as awkward and as useless as they are. Then why change into them? I rubbed my arms. The house was much warmer than out here. Because you have human guests, she said, and brought out a scarf, wrapping it around protesting snakes. No. I wasn't just cold. I was annoyed and a bit sad. Here was this demigod worried about scaring my guests and changing because of them. Not happening. She paused and looked up at me. I swallowed. You are a friend. You were invited to share in our joyous news. Not a facsimile of you, but you, Tersane, Gorgon, Lord of Spirit. That is who I want at dinner. My friends and family will deal, or they aren't worthy of knowing you. She stared at me for a long time, my skin and hers turning blue, but I didn't flinch. The smile that crossed her face was blinding in its beauty and joy, and for a moment I feared I might turn to stone. Then we should go in. She slithered past me, 2 sandals laying in her wake, and the scarf nothing more than a shawl around her shoulders, the snakes bubbling up and down. Yes, we should. It is cold out here, I said, and led her into my house. Terrified at my own temerity. I'd basically told the Lord of Spirit I thought of her as a friend. It was official. I'd lost my mind. Being pregnant was obviously dangerous. But I did cast a quick thought of gratitude that her breasts were covered. Even for me, having naked breasts in her face was distracting. We arrived as Esmir stepped, Charles right behind her, with Ericina poking out of the hood of his jacket. Tersane, you came as you are. Esmir sounded amused and proud, as if she had done something. I swear, the Cath were so much the center of their universe, it was amusing. It is the best way to be, I believe, she said, flashing a smile that had more than a hint of fangs, even if her snakes were twisting around with pleasure as they admired the house. Charles! I headed over and hugged him tight. Joe and Sable were right. It had been too long. His long hair was in a thick braid down his back, and his ubiquitous hoodie had been upgraded to something that almost looked like a suit. He'd muscled up since college, and the satisfaction of having a job he enjoyed had made him much more self-assured. Cori, he said, hugging me back. It is good to see you. So what is all of this about? Not that I would ever refuse dinner with 3 beautiful women. I laughed. You can wait like everyone else. Ericina, good afternoon. Ericina, Charles' Chitarian familiar, waved a leg at me, but didn't emerge from the safety of his hood. I couldn't blame her. While she was a huge 10-legged spider, and when spread out was the size of a dinner plate, she was horribly outclassed compared to Carolan, Esmir, and Tersane. Come on, ladies, Charles, this way.
I gestured to the enlarged dining room where the Guzmans, Stephen and Indira, were already. Everyone stopped and stared as I entered, with Tursane and Esmir, Charles trailing behind us. Tursane, Esmir, I believe you know everyone. Everyone here had been at our joining ceremony, even if Tursane and Esmir had faded into the background. I snickered as Sanchez had to fight not to drool over Tursane's beauty, but Stephen and Henry were much more circumspect. Charles, I couldn't tell, but then he was as much an odd duck as me. "Everyone, come on, eat," Joe said and shooed everyone to the table. There were place cards for everyone, and it only took a minute for them to find their seats. Joe was at one end, Henry the other. Carolan sat between Joe and me, while Sable was across from us. We'd placed Indira, Tursane, and Marisol all next to each other, with Esmir at Henry's left. She could hear anything and reply without needing to worry about shouting, so it seemed the best option. That left Charles across from me, and Sanchez to my right. I squeezed his hand as we sat down. He had an expression on his face torn between stress and joy. Relax, there's beer for the men and Joe. Everyone else opted for wine. I shrugged. A cider would have been nice, but if I could give up coffee for these tiny things, booze would be cast to the side also.
"You're a miracle, Cori,"
Sanchez said in a soft voice. I wrinkled my nose at him. "Go on, eat up, everyone," Joe said from her end of the table. "We'll share the news later." Joe had really pulled out all the stops. She had pasta salad and a vinaigrette, beef Wellington individual servings, bacon-wrapped scallops, sautéed broccolini and mushrooms, olives, bites of smoked salmon, fresh bread, and a fruit salad. It was a lot of food. Carolan and Esmir were in rapture over the bacon-wrapped scallops, while Tursane was fascinated by the beef Wellington and the olives. Joe had even grabbed some fresh mealworms for Ericina, who grabbed two and slid back into the hoodie. Tursane, Indira, and Marisol all chattered away, while Stephen and Henry talked around Esmir, who I didn't think did anything but savor the food. I was still pretty sure food delivery with actual flavor could be a good inner-realm business. I caught up with Charles and Sanchez, and the two of them discovered they still played a lot of the same online computer games. Their conversation quickly left me in the dust as they got into game mechanics. Between the food and everyone's enjoyment, I sat back and reveled in my family. Nothing could undermine my faith in them. This was a good environment to bring up kids. They would be loved and never left behind. Joe glowed as everyone praised the food, but only a self-obsessed teen could have missed the glances and speculation in most of the looks. When most everyone had finished, or at least significantly slowed down in their inhalation of food, Joe spoke. "Dessert is waiting, but I thought we'd share the news." Her voice shook, and I glanced at her, but it was excitement, not worry, that shook her. Sable reached across the table to grab my hand as Joe did the same for my left hand, and Sable's right. Carolan moved to put his head on my shoulder, and I laughed, fighting almost euphoric joy. "We set the process in motion about 3 months ago, and we are pleased to announce that Sable, Cori, and I are having twins!" Joe's last words came out as a jubilant shout, and the room exploded in celebration. Tursane laughed, and even her snakes seemed to hiss with laughter, while Esmir and Carolan's purrs rumbled through the room with the power of a bass. It created a solid hum of love. It was one of the best evenings of my life, and not even the worry about my magic managed to dampen my happiness. Chapter 27. Pregnancy fact. Twins are often born early, but while a full-term pregnancy is 40 weeks, most children are viable at 37 weeks. Often, twins will push the premature date range to before 36 weeks.
The longest pregnancy on record, a non-mage, was 375 days. Normal is 280. But don't worry, most mages have normal-length pregnancies. The pregnant mage. Monday came like a hangover of reality after a weekend of laughter. We had stayed up until the wee hours of the morning talking and celebrating, with the big question of the day being, what would we name them? The suggestions abounded, from normal to absurd, but until we had a better idea of the genders, we were just coming up with ideas. I caught a ride from the Atlanta apartment to work. Carolan had transported me there from Albany, but it was just as easy to use mundane methods and less costly. My body was changing, and it felt weird. The support from this weekend left me buoyant, if not secure in our choices. I headed to my office and dropped off my lunch. Then I went to hunt down Naomi. So far, I always seemed to get early bird bosses, and sure enough, Naomi was already in her office, even though it was still 7:45 in the morning. I had my travel mug in my hand, with only ginger tea in it, unfortunately, and knocked on her door. She lifted her head, arching a brow at me, her tight braids in a zigzag pattern on her head this month. Red strands had been braided in, and she wore a suit that sheathed her lean body in blood red. She'd have matched Onyx, Zmogs' mate, perfectly. "Cori, to what do I owe this visit?" As always, Naomi was direct and to the point, but she waved me to a chair, and I sank into it. Carolan took up his position, laying at the base of the door. I couldn't decide if that was so he could sleep without worrying about anyone coming in without waking him up, or to guard my back. Probably both. I needed to inform you about a couple of things. I'd been avoiding it, but I needed to let her know about my magic. She wouldn't be happy about it, but at this point I was thinking it had something to do with the pregnancy, though why I didn't know. Her eyes narrowed, and she leaned back in her chair, focusing completely on me. For a person who wasn't a mage, she could be intimidating. I cleared my throat. I wanted to let you know that I'm pregnant, and the due date is in early June. Her face shuddered harder than I'd seen since I started to work here.
You know the draft board doesn't like Merlin's getting pregnant.
It hurt. Part of me had thought she'd be supportive, but it didn't matter. I'd read up on the relevant laws and provisions. It was always best to know what I could and couldn't do. The laws were there for a reason. I know, but they also can't prevent or punish me for it. The repercussions are that any time I am off, not covered by vacation time or sick leave, is added onto my draft term. I kept my voice cool and a placid smile on my face. All draftees receive 20 vacation days a year and 10 sick days. The sick days could also be used for doctor appointments, and then everyone was granted 6 weeks of maternity leave. I estimate I will need the basic 6 weeks off, then another 2 to make sure the babies have transitioned well. I think the draft board and you will live with me missing 8 weeks and having it added onto my draft. Naomi slid her eyes to the side as she pulled up an application on her computer. Calendar, most likely, and made some entries.
Yes, but it also means you will be on a light workload the closer you get to your due date.
Oh well, I said, my voice flat and more than a bit annoyed.
Come off it, Cori. You know that it's going to throw a huge crimp in our workload, and I'm going to get criticized about not convincing you to wait until after the draft or to not get pregnant at all.
She sighed, looking more put out than annoyed at me.
Well, you're about to be more annoyed.
The elation from the weekend was dribbling out of me like a constant leak. Something is going on with my magic. We have a reason to believe it is related to my pregnancy, but until I give birth, I won't know for sure.
And what exactly does that mean?
I explained everything to her. Bottom line, I'm about at magician power right now, at least by offering and effect levels.
The entire time I'd talked, she'd sat there with her arms crossed, her brows drawn down, and mouth pursed. That does create a concern. I'll keep it in mind. She looked at my hair. It is shorter. Using magic doesn't hurt the baby, right? From what everyone says, no. I'm fine casting magic without any concerns. And it's babies. I'm having twins. For a second, she smiled, and the boss I'd known the last few months peeked through. Then she nodded. I'll make a note. Is there anything else? I rose, holding my tea. I think that is enough for today. I'll be in my cubicle, then back to the lab to work on some of the samples. Good. I have 3 more cold cases coming your way. They are at least a decade old, but no one has had the time to spend looking at them. I turned and walked toward the door, tilting my head as I saw Carolan sitting up and staring at Naomi. Frowning, I turned to look at her and saw her pale under her dark skin, making the red almost garish. Her head jerked down like someone had yanked it. Understood. The words were clearly said to Carolan. Then she turned to look at me. Congratulations, Cori. Sorry. You're watched more than you know, and I get pressure more than you realize. Please, invite me to the baby shower. I'll attend if possible. She focused on her computer and didn't look back up at me. I walked out of her office, sliding looks at Carolan. What exactly did you say to her?
Nothing much. I just reminded her that you had friends who were dragons that ate sentient beings on a regular basis, and none of them would have any issues with having an extra snack as a favor to you.
My knees almost gave as I tried to turn and stop at the same time. You didn't! He cast a green gaze back at me.
Yes, I did. She was rude. Rude is deadly. You humans need to relearn that.
I turned back to go apologize, then stopped. They wanted the double Merlin, wanted to control me. Screw it. There was a price for screwing with me, so let them chew on it. Don't be too mean. She's a decent boss.
That doesn't always mean she's a good person, or that she shouldn't understand who my queen is.
He seemed not to care. I pondered the issue as I settled into my chair. Carolan, what would you do if they killed me? Even asking the question seemed dangerous, but at least via mind speak, no one else could hear. He paused in his circling under the desk to look up at me, ears laid back.
I would destroy them all if they purposefully got you killed. Remember that Tersane would come down on them also.
With a flick of his tail, he finished curling up and closed his eyes, though I doubted he would actually sleep. I had forgotten about that. Tersane had threatened consequences if they killed me, but not if I was executed for breaking the laws governing mages. That would then be justified. I cautiously regarded her as a friend, but still, she was scary. And if I got killed on a job, well, neither she nor Esmir would do a single thing. I didn't think. It didn't matter. I pulled out my phone to see if Joanna Snowden had responded to my email. She was the president of the House of Emrys, or at least she had been last time I talked to her, but that had been 3 or more years ago. Time passed faster than I realized sometimes. I had asked if we could get together for lunch, as I thought she still lived in Atlanta. It would give me a chance to feel her out about my magic issue. No response. So I pulled up the next cold case, something from 15 years ago, and started working. This involved 3 groups of murders, all escalating in body count and ritual markings. The victims had been found in Denver, but they never found the perp. The last crime scene implied something had happened to the killer. There were 27 people laid out in a circle. They had all been mages, though none above a magician. The center of the circle had blood and scuff marks, but there was no indication anyone left the circle. The more I stared at it, the more familiar it seemed. I pulled up the VICAP system and logged in.
I knew the case number I wanted by heart and typed it in. Paul Goines. The killer Joe and I had helped stop, though really Bob had been the ultimate arbitrator of that sentence. Bob was the human-compatible name for the Lord of Chaos. I still didn't understand why Esmir and that being had the same title, but I wasn't going to ask. The odds were she had abilities that I knew nothing about and a much darker side of her. But then, she was a Cath. Her morals and human morals didn't align exactly. This killer had started with 3, then 9, then 27, so multiplying by 3 each time. Paul had done something similar. I compared the symbols, and they had a lot in common, all trying to point towards a doubling of power. What was different here was that everyone was an order mage. Paul had grabbed anyone with magic. But if an order mage had tried to emerge again, it might be the start of a pattern. I logged into the OMO database and started to search. The draft board and the OMO linked data, and I suspected anyone trying to emerge would have been after their draft, as you were too closely monitored during your draft service. I filtered by order and ranking of magician. The OMO noted the current statuses of all mages. From what I learned when I worked for the FBI under Stephen Alexand, it was why mages had their driver's licenses updated every 3 years here in the US. It let them check our current address and that we were still alive. I made the assumption the killer had to be born in the US, which might be wrong, but otherwise I'd need a better clue. Then I filtered by US and missing. This narrowed the list down significantly, but still left too many people. From what I could see in the OMO data after your draft, they verified your existence via driver's licenses, bank accounts, or credit card applications. I filtered it so the person had been active prior to the murders, but no activity after the last one. It took the computer a bit, but if nothing else, I was sure it would come up with a list of names. I looked, and almost everyone was from Denver, where the murders had happened, and the places they had been staged weren't obvious. All of them were out-of-the-way locations that you'd either have spent a lot of time with a map researching or had to be local. Waiting for something that I was pretty sure I already knew was torture, and I couldn't go get coffee to distract me. Decaf wasn't the same. The list popped up on my screen, and I started looking. The information there did surprise me. It never occurred to me so many mages went unaccounted for. The confirmed deaths didn't surprise me, though with Shishi taking over, Charles had confirmed that the death rate of mages in the last year had fallen by 34.5%, which was nice. There were 22 mages on the list who had gone missing roughly around the time of the last murders, but only one had tested out as a magician. Barely. I pulled up the file on him. Louis Arnott. The OMO just noted when he'd entered the draft and not much else. I pulled up the draft board website and logged in. There, I pulled up his draft assignment and reviews. While I couldn't access mine and would get in trouble for pulling up Joe's or Sable's, I could look at other people's just fine. It read eerily like Goines. Angry at placement, complained constantly, shifted from position to position. But the catch for me was he and 4 mages had been digging out survivors from an earthquake in Mexico when an aftershock hit, and the other 3 had died when the building collapsed. There were notes that he seemed different afterwards, but nothing concrete. He'd last shown up to work a month before his draft was over. Then, the next day, nothing. There were no signs he had run. His possessions were still in his home, even notes as to plans for the weekend. But he was never seen again. I pinged Esmir. Esmir, do you have a moment for a few questions?
Are they boring questions?
She responded instantly. My smirk reflected back at me from my computer monitor. They aren't to me.
Ask and then I'll decide.
I could all but see her in my mind's eye, sprawled out, emerald coat gleaming, tail lashing lazily. About 15 years ago, do you remember a mage opening rips large enough to summon someone? They would have been Order, I think. She yawned in my mind, and I couldn't stop the matching yawn. That happens about 3 or 4 times in one of your decades. Do you have a likeness? I looked at the picture of him carefully and sent the image to Esmir. Ah, yes. He ripped open a portal to Order and got Salistra. I believe he lasted a year before she broke him. Or more accurately, he tried to break free. She drank his magic. Nothing like how powerful yours is, but she was insufferable for a month. I shook my head. Thanks. That was the information I needed. Not horribly boring, but not interesting either. Thank you regardless. I shall attempt to ask more interesting questions in the future. See that you do. I snickered, pulled up the case, and stared at it for a minute. Finally, I marked it closed. In the resolution, I typed, confirmed dead, death as a result of interaction with the planes. But it still left me with more questions than answers. How often did people reemerge, and did they always become murderers? Chapter 28.
Mage Anna Lobdale looks to have won the prime job of being the doctor for Merlin Monroe's baby. The 2 women spied with her are the ones she had a joining ceremony with. So are they support, lovers, or maybe her servants? Wouldn't you like to be the focus of that trio? But the big question of the day is, who is Lucky Man? Inquiring minds want to know.
Daily Magical News. I had started a cold case search for any missing mages, but it was taking a while to get all the information from one database to match up with another. Until the last few years, the cold cases didn't have flags to indicate if they were a mage or not. The easiest way seemed to be to log into the OMO and get a list of all missing mages in the last 50 years. That was about how far their records went back. There were many more than I had thought. I'd expected a few, but not as many as I saw. It made me want to know more, but that meant asking permission. Sticking my nose into some of this without permission was a good way to get in trouble. I pulled up my work email and decided to take a moment to check my personal email as well. Checking my email wasn't something I did often, mainly because the people I wanted to hear from were a part of my life. So it meant I sometimes went days without remembering to check. In my inbox was an email from Joanna Snowden. I clicked open, my heart thudding in my chest. Would she even remember me? Could the House of Emrys even help or want to? A quick scan verified she agreed to meet for lunch. She suggested tomorrow at a restaurant a quick rideshare away. I replied with my agreement, trying not to get my hopes up. After hitting send, I went back to my search for missing mages and placed a request for permission to match up all missing mages to files in the FBI and other law enforcement systems. As I waited for permission or refusal, I focused on a different pile of work, writing up lab findings and after-action reports for the last few weeks. I usually wrote them all immediately after, but then I had to log them in different systems and then answer questions when they filtered back from all the various agencies. But the upcoming lunch never left my mind. The next day, I let Naomi know I was headed out to lunch and would be back late. Something unusual for me, and headed down to catch my scheduled rideshare. Carolan tagged along, not really remembering the woman much. He'd only been a kitten when I'd met her, and I didn't think he'd paid much attention to her then. Walking into the restaurant, I saw her sitting there and was forcibly reminded that time had passed. Her hair had a few streaks of silver in it, but she still had the same calm smile and sharp eyes that saw everything. She nodded at the other chair as I walked up. "Coruscant, it's good to see you." Her gaze shifted to Carolan. "Carolan, ask for this table. There is space to lie in front of the window if you wish."
The fact that she had thought about him and that he would want to be nearby was considerate.
"The sun is warm through the window,"
he commented as he stretched out in front of it. Her blink made me try to remember if Carolan had ever spoken to her, but nothing leaped to mind. I didn't know how well known his penchant was for ignoring the normal behaviors of most familiars. "Joanna, thank you for being willing to talk to me," I said as I settled into my chair, glancing around the restaurant. It was an upper-scale American restaurant, and I fought a round of nausea as the odor of sizzling onions hit me. She arched a brow at me, the corners of her lips quirking up a touch. "You are one of the most powerful mages in the country and never use your benefits. Why wouldn't I talk to you?" I repressed a snort. "Not at the moment, I'm not." Before she could say anything, a waiter appeared. We took a few minutes to order. I was good and got a chef salad with dressing on the side. The foods I liked seemed to change every day, sometimes every hour, so having all the ingredients in little rows seemed safe. It made it easier to pick off what I couldn't handle eating that day. She kept the smile on, but there was the tiniest hint of a frown. When the waiter had left, she looked at me. "Your email hinted something was wrong. Are you in trouble? Do you need research help?" That made me blink, and I thought back to my email. All I'd asked was if the House of Emrys did any research on magic problems or knew people researching it. Then if we could meet to talk. I snorted to myself a bit. That might have been a bit vague, but at the same time, the idea of exposing myself, that my magic was so wonky, didn't feel right either. I sighed, all too aware of her intense look. Hiding information would get me nothing, and maybe if people didn't see me as powerful, it would help. That seemed unlikely, and it felt way too much like I was exposing myself to predators. Or maybe I was being influenced by Carolan way too much. "I'm trying to find out if there is any research on evidence of mages losing power while pregnant." I managed to keep my voice level and matter of fact. Her eyes flicked down to my stomach, then narrowed a bit. "You're pregnant?" "Yes, about 3 months." I didn't want to get into specifics. That wasn't why I had come here. I could see the questions in her eyes. I sipped my water, trying not to rush to any conclusions. But really, was it that strange I was pregnant? My mental snark mocked me. Yes, it was. "So, what do you mean by losing power?" She had leaned forward, focused on me. I swallowed to try to keep my voice from cracking. "I mean, any offering I make needs to be 10 times what it used to be, if not more. Even with Carolan, my offerings are more than what I had to do to cast spells in my null branches." Her face paled, and we both went quiet as our food was delivered. I grabbed one of the rolls and nibbled at it while she stared at her plate. She'd gotten French onion soup and a small salad. The smell of the onion made my stomach roil, and I swallowed the bread, hoping my stomach would settle. "That is unexpected. Have you posted on the boards?" she asked after the waiter had drifted away. Carolan busied himself with some chunks of lightly seared chicken. "Boards?" She frowned at me. "Have you even visited the website or gone to any of the local meetings?" I focused on my bread and racked my mind. Now that she mentioned it, I remembered her mentioning something about the website. I'd honestly had it in my head as an old 1800s sort of club, and anything modern never occurred to me. I swear, why do so many of the newer Merlins think we are still stagnated in the early 1900s? I jerked my head up, wondering if she'd been reading my mind. But she was viciously stabbing at her salad and muttering, "We're a resource. If you don't use us, all the money everyone pays just gets used up in expensive booze for the old foggies to drink." Joanna shot me a look. "Use your benefits, dang it." My expression must have been as panicked as I felt, and she sighed, taking a mouthful of soup. I had to fight to swallow the bile that rose in my throat. It was official. Pregnancy Mind was stupid.
We have secure message boards for people looking for information or research. Most Merlins spend a lot of their time doing research or just playing with what magic can do, but never in a way that attracts the attention of the draft board or the OMO. They are both regulatory agencies that are best avoided at all costs.
The contempt in her voice about them made me smile. It rather relieved me they weren't worshiping at the feet of either group. Okay, I can do that. Does that mean you think they've seen this before?
I have no clue. I know I was fine with my pregnancies, both of them.
She snickered at me and I fought to still my face.
Most mages do have lives outside of college and the draft. Merlins are generally the only ones to get pregnant during their draft. With a decade of service required, that puts most of us in our late 30s, and that gets a bit risky, even if you are a mage with medical training. Not to mention, it's harder to keep up with toddlers in your 40s.
Her eyes sharpened, and she gave me a direct stare.
Do not let them convince you to not have the child. They like to mutter about how the draft looks down on it and everything else, but a lot of people worked very hard to make sure mages got maternity leave like everyone else. Waiting until their 40s has too much of a mortality rate increase for lawmakers to fight it too much. And Merlins often have Merlin children. It only makes sense.
Oh. I thought back to Naomi's reaction and nodded. I didn't. Besides, I'm a surrogate, so I don't want them to have to wait. And my age now is a good age for it. Joanna nodded as she finished the soup. I almost sighed in relief as the scent also started to fade. I stabbed at my salad, glad I'd gone with the creamy ranch, but the first taste of egg convinced me not today. The bacon, however, made me happy.
As for the rest, this makes me concerned. Are the magic issues something new that might happen to more pregnant women? Or is it something related specifically to you? I don't know of any reports about that, but I can see how many women would never mention it, and female Merlins are only about 25% of the Merlins. Usually we see male Merlins and a greater percentage of female archmages.
That surprised me, but if I thought about it, she was the only other female Merlin I could think of. But you don't know the answer, I said, feeling myself sag as what little hope I'd held onto seeped out of my being. What if my magic never came back? A lick on my hand grabbed my attention, and I looked at Carolan, who had moved to sit near me.
You worry too much. There will be an answer, and even if there isn't, you are still my queen.
I smiled as I rubbed his head. Some truths were self-evident. That I was Carolan's queen was one of them. There were worse things in this world to be.
No, I don't, she said, but that means very little.
I stopped petting Carolan to look at her. He was not impressed.
Cori, there are thousands of Merlins. They all have their little hobbies, things to look at. Once you get out of the draft, people will hire you for projects, especially with your degrees. You'd be excellent in a lab situation or even for private research. That is what people want. Merlins who don't have something that excites them tend to die young, and we don't know why.
My mind flitted to Stevie. I suspected that would drive me for the rest of my life, trying to figure out what happened to him. What are you suggesting?
Make a request on the research board?
She said with a duh tone to her voice. I fought not to look embarrassed, but I had no idea what she was talking about. Joanna sighed and finished up her salad before pushing the plate away.
Give me a minute.
She dug in her bag and pulled out a tablet. A minute later, she handed it to me.
I have the website up. On the top, you should see a menu link called Tomes of Wonder. I didn't set up the website, and they like to make it look mystical. But click on that.
It was a very mystical-looking website. In fact, if I had stumbled across it, I would have thought it was a fan site for Merlin or maybe Merlins. I clicked on the Tomes of Wonder link and was brought to a much plainer-looking forum. It was broken into sections, but I ignored most of them and clicked on research requests. There were thousands. I randomly clicked on one labeled Learning Stones. Requesting information on learning stones. I have 3 in my possession and want to talk to mages who have used them and or know how they are created. Paper forthcoming, shared credits, and grant money for up to $50,000 offered for detailed information. Please contact. I sat stunned and clicked on more. Many of them I had the information they requested, or James did in his journals and research tomes. Now the name of the forum made sense. There was an entire market of information trading going on that I had no idea about. I lifted my gaze to find Joanna torn between exasperation and amusement. You really only joined for the legal protection, didn't you? Yes. My life was crazy at that point. It seemed like I had no choice. Personally, I was leaning towards buying out. She groaned. I swear, give it a try, Cori. There are meetings in most places, discussions, and you might find the information you were looking for. Post it. Make it slightly vague and trade some of what James left you as payment. You'll be amazed at how many offers you'll get. I sat looking at the forum for a long time. I could have used this for the last few years to get information about Stevie's death. There might have been someone with information for me. I was an idiot. Chapter 29. Starting a political action group. It is unconscionable that mages are drafted, yet we have no representation in Congress or the Senate. I am looking for mages willing to work to get the laws changed so there is no block to office for a mage. This year local, next year the presidency. Tomes of Magic Post. Lunch with Joanna spurred me into action, and I posted 2 requests for information, offering access to selected journals James had left for me and some of his research. While there were aspects I'd never hand out, other parts weren't that worrisome. Then I dealt with waiting and trying to work. Tursane said she had an idea, but it might take some time and favors. I wanted to tell her not to bother, but the need to know overrode any fear I had of incurring commitments. And being pregnant. I hated it. Maybe not hated it, but I could feel myself getting fatter, and I rarely had any issues with my weight. My breasts were starting to increase in size. All of that made sense to me. But why in the world were my gums bleeding when I brushed them? And why was I having random nosebleeds? The only advantage of that was that I could use that blood in my offerings. On the bright side, my morning, really it was all day, sickness started to fade, which made life much easier. I headed to my doctor's appointment alone. It was time to get my amniocentesis done. Joe and Sable both needed to work, and I had scheduled it at lunchtime. With my bloody nose as an offering, I just sidestepped there. The blood, plus 1/8 of an inch of hair, let me step out in the parking deck. I headed toward the office, still slightly nervous. I'd almost refused, as Esmir assured me the babies were healthy, and there was just something about the idea of shoving a needle into my stomach that creeped me out. But I had no idea if genetic issues were anything Esmir could detect, so I'd agreed. I waited in the procedure room for Dr. Lobdell and stared at my stomach. In just the last few days, it seemed to have increased in size, which made no sense. Babies didn't grow that fast. I knew all the facts about pregnancy, but none of them addressed my magic issues, and I wondered what else no one talked about. A knock at the door as Anna Lobdell came in pulled me out of my retrospective thoughts, though the nurse following her with a tray and a ginormous, though thin, needle on it did nothing to calm me down. "Afternoon, Cori. How are you feeling?" I glanced at her temple and realized I'd forgotten to ask someone obvious about my magic. Was I always this dense, or was this the pregnancy brain people talked about? Physically, I think I'm fine. The body changes are weird and frustrating, but expected. I cleared my throat as she looked at me. It must have been obvious there was something else I wanted to ask. Have you ever heard of anyone having trouble with their magic while pregnant? She settled on the chair and nodded at the nurse to just leave the needle. I resolutely try not to think about that. What sort of trouble? That their magic gets harder to use or requires much larger offerings. I bit my lip and tried to remember to breathe as I waited for an answer. She closed her eyes, brow furrowed. Not that anyone has mentioned, though maybe I should include it in my standard questions. I remember at least one woman commenting that every time the baby kicked, she had air blowing in her face, but she was an air mage. Many of my patients only use their magic sparingly, or for little things constantly, like cooling or heating a drink. The number of magicians who hoarded their magic that way used to surprise me, but if most people's costs were like mine were now, I could understand it. The glimmer of a research idea tickled at the back of my mind, but was gone before I could fully articulate it. Okay, I was wondering. Mine has been a bit wonky lately, I muttered, not wanting to explain just how difficult it had become. I've only occasionally had patients who were still serving the draft here, so many didn't lean on their magic much more than what was required at work. She sounded sad. I use mine to check on my patients' health, work with hard deliveries, and if a baby goes really wrong, I can use 2 or 3 inches of hair to keep both mother and child healthy. This means I tend to reserve it for either practicing techniques or when I really need it. She pointed at her brown hair wrapped up in a thick bun, assuming she wasn't using a filler, and few mages would. Her hair probably hit past her waist. She was right. 2 or 3 bad deliveries in a month could yank her hair all the way up to her shoulders. Okay, I thought I'd ask. She kept that thoughtful look on her face as we went through the whole examination. Then came time for the amniocentesis. I laid back as they started prepping me and moving the ultrasound over. A nurse came in and prepped the ultrasound, setting up the screen as Dr. Lobdell swabbed my belly with what looked like iodine. You know, if it gets too bad, I can write a medical waiver for you to not work until after you deliver the babies. I looked at her. But I'm in the draft, I countered, confused. Yes, and that means you're covered by the Family Medical Leave Act. In your case, it means your time is tacked on at the end. But you can take time off if you feel your health and the health of the babies requires you to not be working, or at least not using magic. The screen showing the blobs that were the kids distracted me. I'll need to keep that in mind. The sharp pain in my belly had me jerking my eyes to the needle sliding in. Medical. This is medical stuff. Think about the stuff you can learn. The thought helped, but it still seemed weird to see the needle, then glance at the screen and watch that long, thin piece of needle piercing me. I couldn't decide if it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen or if I was going to start screaming. It was done before I made up my mind. I focused on the 2 blobs again. Are they okay? Anna Lobdell listened to my stomach with her stethoscope, eyes closed for a moment, and I sensed her offering more than saw it. They are fine. We'll run the genetic tests, but I'm not expecting anything. Don't worry. They are 2 healthy kids. Can you see the genders yet? Let's see. She moved her wand back and forth over my belly. It looks like they are determined to not let us know just yet. Don't worry. Odds are when you come in for your 21-week checkup, we will be able to tell. I know I don't need to ask if you're taking vitamins. Most mages do anyhow. Just try to keep your stress level manageable. I repressed a snort. Between my magic malfunctions and work, I wasn't sure if I knew what a manageable stress level was. We finished up and I headed out, focusing very carefully, which did reduce the offering required. I stepped to my Atlanta apartment. I looked around. It needed to be cleaned. Dust was piling up. I also really should empty out the mail. I stopped downstairs, opened it, and there was a flood of ads, political campaign stuff, and credit card offers. I just grabbed them all and tossed them. If it was anything important, they could call me or send me an email. That taken care of, I caught a ride back to work. There was a message flashing on my computer as I walked in, and I groaned. I clicked and could almost hear Naomi's voice in my ear. "My office, ASAP." I didn't bother to sit down, just dropped off my bag. "Carolan, drama about to go down." I was making the assumption it was work drama, not personal, but either way I preferred to go in with backup. And what better backup than my huge, lovable ruby red familiar? Between one step and the next, a jab of pain, then his heat seeping through my slacks.
"The children are well."
His voice rumbled in my head, and I rubbed his ears as we went down the corridor. The doctor didn't seem worried, and they had good heartbeats, so yes. I was finding out there was a world of difference between knowing about the medical aspects of pregnancy and being pregnant. Even knowing everything was textbook, there was still the niggling fear of hurting the babies. That fear helped a lot against the coffee cravings.
"Excellent. You shall have strong kits."
His purr of pride made me snicker. You'd think he had something to do with the entire thing. I stuck my head in Naomi's office, but she wasn't there. I looked down the hall.
"Conference room. I can smell and hear her from here."
A quick pivot, and I headed to the conference room. There were the two agents who had tried to chew me out a few months ago. Naomi and a few other people I knew enough to smile and wave at, but nothing else. "Good, you're here." Her eyes quickly dropped to my stomach, then to my face in a lightning-fast move. She'd been oddly interested in my pregnancy, and I wasn't sure why, but I decided to roll with it. "Everything okay?" "All good." I nodded and flipped my attention to the screen in the room that showed footage from either a helicopter or a drone. Probably a drone, as I didn't see a shadow or hear rotors. There had better be no need for me to go on a helicopter again. I was too worried it would be that same crazy pilot, and I didn't think my heart could handle it. "What is the situation?"
"Are you sure we can trust her? Last time she and her pet almost killed our perp."
I turned to look at the red-headed jackass talking, but Naomi took care of it. "Agent O'Malley, I'm delighted that you think you can comment about my agents. Rest assured that I have never known either Carolan or Agent Munroe to make a bad call. Your record, however, is not so pristine. I'm sure that as long as we are given all of the information, our decisions will be above reproach." Her eyes got even narrower as she leaned forward. "Because I can guarantee you that if you keep anything back, there will never be anything for the missing persons department to find." My eyes were wide as she said that. I saw the men puff up, ready to blast into her.
"I have always wondered what human tastes like. My queen has never allowed me to eat those she has defeated. But if I hunt and take my own kill, there would be plenty of time to savor the flesh in my own realm."
Carolan's silky voice slid through my mind like a sharp knife. The effect on the agents was stark as they stared at him and backed up, hands on their guns.
"Oh, please, if I want you dead, you will never know I am there. If you do anything to endanger my queen, you will never see what takes your life."
Everyone in the room swallowed except Naomi. Her smile grew teeth, and if I didn't know better, I might have thought they actually got sharper. "Do we understand each other, agents?" They nodded as she stared at them for 3 heartbeats. I was counting. Good. Cori? She spun to me and pointed at the video footage still playing. We have someone who just set off 3 bombs at a shopping mall and is now on the run. We have dogs coming in, but he has a motorbike and is moving fast. The footage showed the heavily forested foothills of the Appalachians, and I couldn't see much but trees, shadows, and flickers of light. The shadow of the drone didn't help to see what might be on the ground. We don't know that he isn't running to a shelter, but we have very good reason to believe that he has bombs in multiple other places with remote detonators. We are working with the cell phone companies to shut down the towers in that area, but we have 4 providers, and if he has Wi-Fi calling and a landline, it won't stop him. What can you do? And that question right there was one of the reasons I trusted Naomi. I still needed to figure out what the pregnancy issues were, but she actually asked me questions rather than snapping out orders. I looked at the problem and started to think. Where is this exactly? She typed rapidly on the computer, and a map pulled up. We think he is here. She tapped on an area on the map. But then we think a lot of things we shouldn't. Naomi shot a look at the 2 agents who backed up a step. So, what do you want to do? I leaned in to look at the map, thinking furiously. I couldn't reveal my stepping ability, and leaning too much on Carolan let others think they could leverage that ability. And my magic was crap right now. So what could I do? A slow smile spread across my face. I know exactly what to do. Chapter 30. Pregnancy fact. While twins are not common, yet they are not as rare as many expect. 32 out of every 1,000 births are twins. Parents who are twins are more likely to have twins themselves, but twins can put more stress on the mother, as supporting 3 lives is a significant change. The pregnant mage. Everyone turned to look at me, but I looked at Carolan. Can you use plain rips to get yourself ahead of where he could possibly be? Carolan tilted his head and nodded. Can you then get a rough idea of where he will be by triangulating? His ears perked up as his head tilted.
You want me to create rips to different places to triangulate his location and communicate back to you?
His pink tongue licked his shoulder. Yes. His mental voice hummed with excitement. This was advanced hunting we rarely did. Normally, I'd sidestep with him, but right now I couldn't afford that. We had tested extensively while out hiking and found out that Carolan always knew where he was respective to me, which meant if he could find the suspect, he could direct me toward him. Carolan will need something of his to get a scent. It wasn't perfect, but he could use that to find traces in the air. Animals just followed a scent. Carolan could extrapolate and make a decision about which way to go. Plus, the sound of a motorbike would be much more audible to his sensitive ears. Agent Jorge from Border Patrol nodded, a sharp, jerky movement that looked uncomfortable.
We have a glove he left at the scene. We couldn't get fingerprints, but it should have the scent.
You have it here? He nodded again and picked up the phone.
I'll get it up here.
I shifted my gaze to Naomi. Can you get me in a small plane with binoculars? If Carolan can tell me where he is, I can direct the pilot there and I can cast a very directed KO spell and take him out. Granted, if you want him alive, we should probably wait until he slowed down or stopped. It wouldn't be a KO spell. Those wouldn't reach that far. But a soul yank would. I'd created or discovered that spell years ago and rarely used it. But so far, I didn't know of a limit if I had something to latch onto. The path of a bullet, line of sight, a phone conversation. I didn't talk about that spell ever, and most people just thought I had an incredible KO distance.
A helicopter would be faster,
the O'Malley agent growled.
Trap him like a dog.
No, I snapped, my guts twisting like tersaine snakes at the thought. Never would be too soon for a helicopter. It occurred to me I might have PTSD from that last flight. So be it. At least with the life flight choppers, they were nice and steady. It's noisy, and he'll know we are coming and hide somewhere that I can't reach him. The small, light plane will be easier to pass off as normal activity. I saw him get ready to protest, and I glared at him. I think I know best how to use my abilities, don't you? I narrowed my eyes as I stared at him. He shrank back the tiniest bit, though he still had a mutinous look on his face.
Fine. Then what?
I shrugged. He falls where he is, and if he isn't going too fast, he'll probably still be alive. That aspect worried me a bit, but as long as I could see him, the least a soul yank would do was make him stumble and fall. At that point, Carolan could get to him and keep him down until others showed up. You are welcome to have helicopters on standby to get there quickly when we have him subdued. There was a bit more grumbling, and I just waited, though I smirked as Naomi typed on her phone like a telegraph operator. No wonder she went through so many phones. Cori, the plane is getting prepped and there's a car waiting for you downstairs. Do you need to stop and get anything? She looked at me as she asked, her eyes making a quick flick to my stomach. Nope. Got a bag at my desk. I'm on the way.
Wait, the glove should be here in a minute.
The sound of rapid footsteps matched his words, and a man burst into the room with an evidence bag in his hand. Carolan? I nodded at the junior agent holding the bag. He walked over to the agent, who swallowed, but opened the bag. We all stood there for what seemed like an eternity, watching him huff in and out.
I have it. Lots of other scents, too.
Then we are out of here. I turned and headed out of the room.
Gentlemen, let me be very clear here.
Naomi's words followed Carolan and me out of the room as we raced to my desk. I grabbed my boots, vest, and flashlight out of my bag and took a minute to change from my flats to my boots. Then I slipped on the vest, stashing the flashlight and my phone in its secured pockets. A quick double check, then I ran to the entrance of the building, bag in hand. A black vehicle idled there, and I slid in. It was the same driver as before.
You again.
He flashed me a smile.
At your service. Buckle up.
Oh, great. The insane driver.
Carolan sank his claws into the upholstery and spread out. I buckled up and focused on my breathing. I had a plan, but there were so many ways it could go wrong. I went through my bag, trying to see if there was anything else I wanted to stuff in my vest. They going to have binoculars there? I asked as he weaved through traffic, lights and siren blaring.
As far as I know, ma'am.
He didn't take his eyes off the road, for which I was very grateful. Cori is fine. His lips curved the slightest bit.
I can do that. Name's Ryan.
That concluded our conversation until we reached the airport, still in one piece, though Carolan was vowing to never ride with him again. Carolan preferred a much more sedate pace with a large window for him to look out as we traveled. Planes were out. Maybe I should take him on another train trip. I filed that idea as a possible present one day and scrambled out of the car. Thanks, I said. I'd thrown a scrunchie, a small med kit, and a battery pack into my vest. I'm leaving my bag here. Can you get it back to the office for me?
You got it. It'll be in your cube. See ya, Cori.
His grin made me pause and frown, but I didn't have time to figure it out now as Carolan and I sprinted to the plane. I didn't have the breath to talk out loud, so I settled for mind speak. You know roughly where he is. If you hit where they last had him, there should be a scent. Can you do a bunch of hopping around while we get up in the air and head towards that vicinity? From the notes Naomi is sending me, it will take the plane about 15 minutes to get to that general area.
I'm not pleased with you going on another flying contraption without me, but yes, I will.
He paused at the foot of the stairs to the plane, the tarmac wet in the Atlanta drizzle.
Be careful, my queen.
I rubbed his head and dropped a kiss on his forehead. Always. I have way too much to live for. He licked my nose and turned. Between one spring and the next, he was gone. I lingered for a second, then headed over to the open door. It was a small plane, and from here I could see the seats in the cockpits and a bit of room behind them, like a bench seat. There was someone in the other seat flipping switches and marking things off on a clipboard. "You, Munroe?" The voice was muffled and hard to hear over the engine. "Yes, I assume I'm here?" I asked, staring at the plane, trying to figure out how to climb in semi-gracefully. "And did they get me some binoculars?" "That's what the seat is there for. Besides, it's the only way to have good visibility. They're in the seat. Don't sit on them." I climbed in and buckled up, not sitting on the glasses, then took the headset the pilot handed to me. After I slipped it on, the ambient noise dropped dramatically. The pilot looked at me, mid-30s, with close-cropped hair, light brown skin and eyes. She would have fit in at any Guzman family reunion. "Call me Kincaid. They told me you're going to tell me where to go and I should listen to you. Fine. But don't touch the controls, and when I say we are done, we go back." Her voice was brisk and no nonsense, but that was fine with me. "Works for me." "Good. Latch your door and we'll get going." I did as she told me and watched with fascination as she spoke with the tower, moved the little plane down the runway, and then took off. It seemed both more and less terrifying than the big jumbo jets. I didn't know how I felt about it, but no matter what, it was better than the helicopter. "Where to?" she asked, her voice in the headset echoey. I said, looking around. "Carolan, which way should we head?"
I have not found him yet. He moves fast, and the trees are thick and pungent in this area. But I know he has been through here. Here."
For a minute, I could feel where Carolan was. Nothing as exact as latitude or longitude, but more that I knew he was far away to my left. We'd never been able to put anything as quantitative as a measurement on it, but when he was in China, I could feel which direction he was in, even if it was so faint as to be unnoticeable. If only I could sidestep right now. This would all be much easier and less risky. One more thing to keep secret. "That way, towards the foothills. We have information the suspect is on a bike headed that way." I pointed to my left and to the north. Kincaid arched a brow, but nodded, and the plane tilted, much to my stomach's discomfort, to the left. While we flew, I familiarized myself with the binoculars. They were very high-powered, and it felt like I could see the leaves on the trees.
"I have a lead on him. Come my direction."
I focused. "To the north more. We should be getting close."
"You're the boss,"
she said in a flat voice that I almost laughed at. Blaming her for not believing me would be a waste of effort. Even with people who were used to magic, Carolan and I were unique. Oh well, there were worse things.
"I hear a motor, but I can't tell if it is him. Your machines stink too much."
Carolan's snarl of annoyance rippled as we flew over trees similar to the drone footage. "Be careful. There might be people who have nothing to do with this out here." I waited for a response as I texted Naomi. "Status of the cavalry." It seemed like my fingers had barely hit send when she was replying.
"Headed that way, but other than the motorbike trail, we aren't sure where he is headed. Witnesses not reliable."
That didn't sound good. "Carolan, you sure you have his scent?" The worry we were chasing the wrong rabbit grabbed me.
"Yes, I just saw him. We are headed into the mountains, where there are too many lake rivulets of the motorbike. He is slowing. I can hear your noisy flying machine in the distance."
I focused and found him, closer than he had been. "Tell me when there is a clearing."
"Hurry. I'm not made for all this running. I am a hunter, not prey."
His grousing made me smile. "There, to the east." Kincaid nodded, and the plane dipped that direction, as Carolan's presence got stronger.
Clearing ahead. It looks like a parking lot. He is still driving, though slowly.
Be careful. Let me knock him out first.
I can take live prey. Humans are soft.
Merlin's balls. I growled. We're almost there. Get closer. I pointed down at an angle, the lake sparkling back at us.
You're the boss, but I'm not wrecking my baby.
I didn't respond. Instead, I used the binoculars to scan, looking for ruby red or a motorbike.
He's stopping. You are very close.
There should be a parking lot ahead. Slow over that. It's near some water inlets. We had flown over Helen, Georgia, the Bavarian-style houses giving me an idea of where we were.
Lake Burton. There are a few.
She lowered even more, the tops of the trees looking too close for my comfort, but I focused past them and on the ground. They had to be here.
He has stopped. Pray.
Carolan purred in my head. Wait, I ordered, but he didn't respond. I peered around desperately. A huge explosion fireballed up into the sky, not 3 miles from where we were. There! The word burst out as I reached for Carolan. Carolan? Nothing. We got closer. Carolan! Panic edged my thoughts. Kincaid flew over the parking lot, smoke still rising from the air. A motorbike lay discarded next to a prone figure and a brilliant red cat. Carolan! Chapter 31.
The idea that the creatures that inhabit the other realms would regard humans as anything other than predators to fear is ludicrous. Even dragons would be wary when faced with a tank. The idea that they might have any information that has any bearing on our lives is ridiculous. Someday, when access to the realms has been codified the way we have codified magic, we will tame and control that area too.
Merlin Yi Sing during an Emrys talk. We were already over the spot before his name quit ringing in my ears. Turn around, I ordered, my voice icy and hard as I unbuckled.
What do you think you're going to do?
The mix of consternation and amusement in her voice rolled off me like a drop of oil. Get to my familiar, I snapped, but the rest of the sentence continued in my head. My best friend, my companion, my family. The thought of him being dead ripped at me, and nothing else mattered. I grabbed the door and forced it open. What the fuck? Where the hell are you going? Her voice was panicked, but it cut off as I ripped the headphones off and jumped out of a plane into the air. I probably should have panicked or screamed, but all that mattered was that flash of red fur with streaks of darker red on it. I didn't call air. I ordered. I demanded and compelled. It came, though reluctantly, but it came. I repeated the long-ago trick Joe had done of flying, gathering the force of the wind underneath me and slowing my descent. My hair vaporized by inches, but I didn't care. I hit the ground with a jarring thump, but no worse than if I jumped off the porch. I turned, seeking him, having spun too much in the air. I wasn't sure where he was now. The glint of red had me sprinting to him, cursing at not grabbing my bag. Carolan! I yelled the word, waiting for a snarky remark in my mind. The silence was as cold as my despair. The smoke was clearing, and I saw a man, obviously dead, sprawled out on the other side of a still smoldering motorbike. Then Carolan lay about 10 feet away, a rivulet of red seeping from him. My slacks shredded along with skin as I hit the pavement next to him. I didn't care. I wanted to pull him to me so badly, cradle him, but I let my training kick in. The blood ran from his ears. There were deep gouges on the right side of his body, and his fur was singed along his chest and paws. Focus, Cori. You can't fuck this up. I held on to that thought as I pulled all my training to the forefront and ruthlessly shoved my emotions down so deep that it might take me time to access them again. With no supplies, I was limited, but first step was always to assess. I laid my head on his chest, ignoring the flickering flames and drone of the plane. I could hear his heartbeat. It was stuttering, which indicated problems. He was breathing, but his breaths were raspy and shallow. I ran my hands down his spine, but nothing seemed squishy or out of place. Taking a deep breath, my emotions screaming in that dark hole of nothing, I grabbed both his fore and hind legs and rolled them. My heart lurched, almost breaking through my analytical mind at the risk I might really hurt him. I needed to see his other side. His left side had a jagged piece of metal through it. His face had a laceration that barely missed his eye, but tore through his ear. Burns crawled across his fur, marring his ruby perfection. My mind created an image of the scenario. He'd leaped, then realized something was going to happen and twisted, trying to avoid, but ended up being broadsided by the explosion and obviously hit by shrapnel. His chest stuttered under my hand, and my breath caught. They never let me study for pre-med. I knew cells and bacteria, not how to heal or operate. There was so much that had to be fixed on him, and I didn't know how. I knew how to stabilize, not how to fix more than the basics. Esmir! My mental shout was loud enough, and with enough magic behind it that I felt rips open. My nails vaporized to the quick, and the world went still as I waited. I tried to figure out how to stop the blood seeping out of him at a rate that wasn't sustainable. I needed help, or he'd die. Cori, what's wrong? Her voice was sharp, alert, predatory, and I needed all of it. Carolan is hurt. Help! I might doubt if she'd help me. I never doubted she'd help him. There was a spike of pain so sharp, I cried out. The sound had barely left my lips before her paws had landed next to me. What happened? Her growl reverberated through my mind as her nose ran over his wounds. Her front claws cut through the pavement, and I wanted to be able to do the same. We were bringing down a perp. He didn't wait. He did something. Then there was an explosion and fire. I jumped out of a plane to get to him, but he was already hurt. The words tumbled out over each other, not because I was nervous, but because I was trying not to cry. Cori, he lives. We will keep him alive. Your magic is still fighting you? Her mental voice lilted up in a question, even as her nose never quit going over his wounds. Wounds I didn't know how to heal. Yes. I hissed the word, never so angry as I had been at magic that didn't respond to me when I needed it. Then we will work together. She will not deny my need. There was steel in the voice that surprised me, and I leaned into it. I wished Joe and Sable were here. I needed my partners, but I'd survive. Ask and it is yours. I didn't hold back, even if I feared for the life of the babies in my body. I do not need their lives. We are not that grievously injured. Lend me your connection to magic and a favor from Tursane. Tursane. I glanced at the snake on my arm. 4 sections. Only the last was solid. Somewhere deep inside, I knew I had 3 favors left. But I never allowed myself to dwell on it. That way lay madness. But for Carolan, I'd sacrifice my arm. Always. I held my arm out to her and she licked it, lingering on the last empty square on my arm. It tingled, then burned. Then I wanted to scream as the snake wiggled and pulled out of my skin to look up at me. Then it sighed and wiggled back under while I resisted the urge to claw my skin off. The space for the section filled up as the snake settled back down, and my brain exploded. You called, Cori. Her words filled the air, and I forced myself to look at her, my hands still buried in Carolan's fur. I need help. Save him. I don't know if it was an order, a plea, or a prayer, and I didn't care. Her aloof posture changed, and she looked around, frowning. Oh, I thought... She broke off and shook her head, snakes hissing. Then her eyes alighted on Esmir and Carolan. Oh. That seemed to rip out all the arrogance from her. She slithered over to us and crouched.
Finally, we will talk later. I need your and Cori's help. I have the knowledge of Kath, but her magic is too volatile right now. He is grievously injured, and we do not have time to do it the slow way.
As she spoke, I could feel him struggling to breathe, my hands still on his body. I couldn't lose him.
Heal him, Dursane, as your favor to her.
There was command in Esmir's voice, but an odd note of pleading. Tursane turned her inhumanly beautiful gaze on me. My hind brain gibbered that I should run or cower. I did neither, just kept petting Carolan, trying to reassure him the best I could, swearing in my mind to go into veterinary school after the draft. I would never be caught in this position again, or I'd learn how to heal him myself.
Is that your wish, Croissant, to give up one of the favors I bestowed upon you to save this creature?
Her voice seemed odd, distant from the Tursane I'd come to know over the last year. This wasn't my friend. This was the demigod. Merlin's balls, yes! I would give them all to have him healed. I babbled, the words nowhere near as fast as my mind wanted them to be. She tilted her head, staring at me. Then her face changed. For a beat of my heart, I thought I was about to become a statue for all eternity. Instead, joy spread across her face.
As you wish,
she murmured, and whirled toward Esmir and Carolan. Esmir's tail was cracking through the air like a whip, and her hackles were a solid ridge of green spikes.
We will be having words about your games,
she snarled at Tursane.
Heal him.
Soothe thy fur, Esmir. You know the forms.
That comment meant nothing to me, but all I cared about was Tursane leaning close to Carolan's limp form. Her snakes formed a corona around her head as they stretched out, seeming more filaments of power than snakes. Carolan's breathing became more ragged, and I bit back the urge to beg. I would beg in a heartbeat, but for now I didn't want to distract them.
3 bites, I think, then milk 1. And your grooming.
Tursane murmured. I knew it wasn't addressed to me, but the bites comment made me tense.
Agreed, but time is of the essence.
Mortals always in such a rush.
Tursane teased as she pulled back.
Immortals, always so sure they know best.
Esmir countered, her tail cracking close to a snake, who snapped at it. Tursane laughed as she leaned closer to Carolan.
Delta, Nu, and Iota, if you please,
she said, her voice soft as she cast a dark shadow over Carolan, turning his ruby fur dark and flat. 3 snakes flashed out, their fangs sinking into Carolan. His body seized at the impacts. What by Merlin's balls are you doing? I lunged forward, terror at losing him driving all other considerations out of my mind. Before I could tackle Tursane, Esmir moved and blocked me with feline speed.
Cori, peace. It is okay.
I stared in horror as Carolan frothed at the mouth.
She has never seen me heal, has she?
Tursane said mildly, but the hurt in her tone slipped through.
I do not believe so, but you are wasting time.
Esmir's tone had a bit of bite in it, but her still tail worried me. Their tails were rarely still.
So little faith?
Too much love,
Esmir countered as I resisted the need to crawl over her and stop Tursane. Tursane laughed, something full of joy, and it seemed so out of sync that I just stared at her. Her shoulders shook as she leaned down, and one of her snakes stretched out and extended its fangs. She squeezed, still giggling, and drops of venom dripped into Carolan's mouth. "What are you doing?" The words hissed out of me, and I started to pull in my desires, figuring out how to kill them all. There was enough nitrogen in the air I could make nitrous oxide, and then pull the water out of their blood. They'd be dead before they could fight off the effects of laughing gas.
Pax, Cori, truly.
Tursane looked at me.
My snakes have venom that is very similar to your chemicals. One helped blood production. The other helped him breathe by over-oxygenating the blood. The third was a clotting factor for his wounds. The venom dripped into his mouth will activate healing receptors so Esmir can work.
At her words, Esmir went over and started licking his wounds. I watched, my hands buried in his fur. Magic didn't heal the way it did in stories. I had to know what I was doing, what I needed cells to do. This is why mages who were doctors were so prized. They could dismantle a tumor cell by cell, but often the cost was so high, you had to find someone willing to spend that much of an offering on you. With each lick, the blood cleared, and healthy pink flesh was revealed. While it didn't close in front of me like a time lapse of healing, it still healed. As Esmir licked along his ribs where he had huge gashes, they looked less devastating. When she moved up to his face, her tongue tracing along the slice that just missed his eye, each lick brought improvement. Is he suffering any internal injuries? I kept petting him and trying to figure out how to create a magical ultrasound so I could see internal damage.
No, he has what you would call a concussion, but no other damage than what you see indicated externally. One of his major arteries was damaged, but it is clotted and healing. He will be okay.
Esmir spoke as she licked. I looked at the wound on his face. The blood was gone, and I could see the muscles and tendon, but even as I watched, it faded from bright red to a healing pink, and the gash seemed smaller.
Carolan?
I whispered.
Cori.
I started to weep as his voice echoed in my head.
That might have been a mistake.
The world faded as I put my head on his body and cried in relief until the cavalry arrived. Chapter 32. Seeking information on magical offering spike while pregnant, specifically almost immediately after conception. Payment would be access to the journals of Merlin James Wells. Contact Cori Munroe at Cori@magicuser.com. Tomes of Magic. We both got chewed out by the feds, Naomi, Esmir, then Joe and Sable. Tursane left before the cavalry arrived, but Esmir remained. It turned out that the bomber had the equivalent of a dead man's switch on his bike, so when Carolan pounced, it went off, killing the suspect and seriously injuring Carolan. He was actually remorseful for a full month as everything healed. The scar on his face was the only reminder, but even that was something I felt when I petted him, more than saw. I started taking veterinarian basic classes and focused on cats. Esmir promised to let me know where the differences lay between domestic cats and Cath. When I asked how she knew Cath biology so well, she flicked her tail at me and murmured something about swift kills being as important as healing. The feds muttered, but the final report admitted it could have been a lot worse if the bomb had gone off in a more populated area. My little plane stunt received too much attention, and more than one newspaper had a Super Merlin caption, but that disappeared quickly enough. The calls from reporters were insane. I finally just changed my number, told the important people in my life, and Naomi, the new number, and forgot about it. Charles updated the routing, and the sheer volume of phone calls stopped. I put an ad up on the bulletin board of the House of Emrys, offering access to James's journals and payment for information on the reduction of magic during pregnancy, though I didn't mention his research. That got me lots of hits, but none of them had any information about pregnancy magic issues, though the amount of offers to help me research it personally creeped me out. Jumping out of the plane had used up a chunk of hair. For the first time in a very long time, mine only had passed my shoulder blades, and it made me nervous. If something bad happened, I wanted to be able to call on my magic, so this cost issue was driving me crazy. As for my clothes, all of them were too tight. My bras didn't fit, I'd started to live in leggings, and I kept falling into fits of giggles or tears with no warning. It annoyed me. How did women deal with this all the time? Tersane had reminded me the day before she'd be here tonight, as she had found a resource. I couldn't help but get excited at that, and it made Friday fly by. "I'm home," I called out as Carolan pulled me into the house from a planer rip. Only silence greeted me. I must have beaten Joe and Sable home. They had to drive in from Albany, and there were days when traffic was a bit more than normal. Okay, most days, but we were still trying to be positive about the commute. Otherwise, Carolan might get begged to do more transport duty. I changed into leggings and a t-shirt, then headed downstairs. The scent of chili told me Joe had set up our dinner before she left. We'd never serve guests her chili. It might melt their tongues. I'd managed to grab a glass of water with a squirt of lemon juice when Esmir pinged me. "Yes?" I sent the words back while I looked for something that wouldn't ruin my appetite. "We will be there in 15 minutes. Something about her voice sounded odd. "Okay," I sent back and stared at the fridge. We had nothing in there to serve guests. A bit frantic, I pulled out my phone. "Joe, Tersane, Esmir, and whomever will be here in 15. I can't see anything in the fridge. There is stuff in the freezer, but it'll take too long to thaw." I stared at my phone, willing a miracle to happen. "At store now, getting trays, but there is about 20. Serve drinks. Porch. Heart." Relief made my knees sag. "Thanks, see you soon." I added a hug emoji to the end of that. It didn't take long to get the electric kettle out, with tea, coffee, chocolate, and bottles of lemonade on the buffet we had put in the sunroom just for this reason. I set both glasses and bowls out. You never knew the type of mouth that a bean would have. I double-checked there were chairs and 2 ottomans to support almost anyone. Dragons would have to stay in the snow. While there was an inch of snow in the backyard as it was early January, Hamadia had created a fireplace in the sunroom, and we had replaced the screens with glass windows that could slide down. This made the room much warmer than it would have been, as long as I remembered to start the fire. A chill encouraged me to get it going. 5 minutes later, I had it going, but it would take a bit longer to heat everything up. "Hamadia?" I called out as I skipped my snack, trying to wait until Joe got here. "Yes," she said behind my back. I twisted in the chair to look at her. "I wanted to let you know that Tersane, Esmir, and a guest are coming, just so you know they are here." Hamadia nodded. Esmir and she had reached a stalemate and agreed to mutually ignore each other. There was something about the predator and the plant that just didn't get along, though neither of them had been able to explain it any more than incompatible existences. "Enjoy. I have leafing to do." She was gone with those words, which left me more confused than enlightened. Pushing it to the side, I settled down in the seat closest to the fireplace, watching the crackling and sipping my water while I waited. Carolan traipsed in a minute later and threw himself in front of the fire.
Best edition ever.
And here I thought your cat door was.
No, this is best. Heat on a cold day. Family, my queens, food. How could anything be better?
I smiled and rubbed my toes over his back. This was pretty good. Even if Tursane still awed me, I'd kind of missed her. A pain stabbed through my head, then faded. I looked up to see figures moving on the back lawn. Well, a snowy expanse of yard. I got up to open the door to the back as Esmir bounded on through, trailed by Tursane and a woman I didn't recognize. The fact that it was a human surprised me greatly. Snow is evil. Why do you allow such a thing to fall? Esmir snarled as she shook clumps of snow off her paws. Next time I will arrive in the house. Family doesn't need to suffer so. My brows drew together as I watched Tursane come through the snow. I moved over to the buffet and grabbed the cinnamon tea I already knew she enjoyed. By the time I had filled the mug with boiling water, Tursane and her companion were coming up the steps. Gorgons did not tolerate snow well. Tursane had a blue tinge, and her snakes were coiled tight. She slithered in and headed directly to the fireplace, her lower body all but curling around it.
Snow is evil. Why do you tolerate it?
She managed to hiss the words as she shivered, her breasts bare and blue with the cold. I tried not to laugh at the almost identical comments from Esmir and Tursane. Humans tend to wear more clothes than you do. Here. I handed her the hot mug. Do you want a sweater? She cupped the mug in both hands, lowering her face to breathe in the steam.
Normally, I would refuse. It amuses me to watch the human discomfort with nudity. But today, I think I will say yes for my own comfort.
I smothered a smile and headed out of the sunroom and up the stairs. A minute later, I was back with a fleece zip-up hoodie in dark green. Try this. I took the tea while she slipped it on, and the snake started to uncoil as she zipped it up, rubbing her hands along the fleece.
This is most comfortable. Thank you.
She took back the tea, and I shifted my attention to the other person. I'd seen her walking in, but I'd been so worried about Tursane and the cold that I hadn't noted more than female, gorgeous, strong. Now I actually looked at her and introduced myself. Hi, I'm Cori. She had long honey blonde hair and a French braid that went to the middle of her back, icy blue eyes that were as cold as the snow outside, and a short sword at her hip. The clothes weren't human normal, at least nothing outside the movies. But at the same time, the leather pants, tunic, and light male vest wouldn't have gotten too many double takes. At WormCom, it would have gotten compliments. Yes, I am aware. Her voice was smooth and deep, and she looked tight with tension. I slid a sideways glance over to Tursane, who looked adorable with the green hoodie on. Her snakes had pulled the hood up and were hiding in it, avoiding sticking their heads out, even though the sunroom was a comfortable temperature, at least for me.
Frey, be nice. I brought you here to help. She has questions, and while rare, Valkyries do bear children, and you have millennia of records to refer to.
The woman, Valkyrie, sighed, raising her eyes to the heavens. What I do for Odin and his favors.
Frey, actually,
Tursane said mildly, but I heard the rebuke. The woman sighed and looked at me. Frey Annodator, holder of Cavil, I accept your hospitality. She cast a side glare at Tursane, who ignored her. I forced a smile. May I get you some tea? I offered in an attempt to distract. The last thing I needed was a fight to start inside Hamadia. She would not be impressed if the house, her body, was damaged. Frey sniffed.
Do you not have mead? Beer?
Sure, 1 second. Most of the denizens I had met so far had little use for alcohol, but we had some. I returned from the kitchen with a bottle of hard cider and 2 different microbrews. I had no doubt that Joe's Coronas would be looked on as water. Here you go. This is a fermented apple drink, and this is made from grains and hops. I offered her all 3. She considered the options for a moment.
Apple first,
Frey said, though the words came out wary. I popped off the top and handed it to her. She took a cautious sip, then nodded.
It will do, though I would be interested in trying the others.
Sure, my partners will be here shortly. Sable is the one who can tell you about the beers and argue their worth. I normally drink the ciders. I stood there trying to figure out what to do next, as I had no idea what the social etiquette was.
Cori, tell Frey about your issue and see if she has any insight.
Tersane hadn't moved from in front of the fireplace, but she had quit shivering. I took my seat, picking up my tea. I'm what they call a double Merlin, I said, waving Frey to sit down. She took the chair opposite me as Esmir started grooming Carolan, much to his delight. It means I have access to multiple classes of magic. I touched my temple and the tattoo that hung there, my brand and badge. Until recently, right after I got pregnant, as a matter of fact, I had no issue doing large amounts of magic easily. With my familiar helping, I could do even more. I nodded toward Carolan at this, who thumped his tail, Esmir working on his forehead.
And now?
Freya prompted, swigging down more cider, though I sensed no concern from her. If I had to put a name to her tone, it would be annoyance and apathy. Now, even doing something simple like making a drink cold takes triple the amount of offering it once did, and I don't know why. I paused for a moment, then blurted. Plus, Carolan is really tired lately, even for a Cath. I came home yesterday and talked to Joe, Sable, and Hamadia in the entryway, and he didn't hear us. That was bugging me more than my magic. I'd been living with my magic being wonky for more than 3 months. I'd figure it out, but Carolan was everything, and if he was sick, I didn't know what I would do.
He what?
Esmir had jerked her head up to stare first at me, then at Carolan.
Why was I not notified of this? That is not normal behavior. Cats are always aware of what is going on around them unless sick.
We just realized it yesterday. That is why he asked you to attend today. I don't know what is going on with everything. I'm worried about him, and I broke off as Joe yelled through the house. We're here, and we have food! Everyone perked up and turned to the entrance into the rest of the house. And I swear they all tracked the footsteps that were bringing the promised food. It seemed to take forever, surrounded as I was with a room full of predators. Sable pushed open the door, holding a tray, with Joe behind her with another tray. Behold, we arrive bearing food, even some treats for the picky Cath. Sable teased, setting a tray of sashimi, minus the rice, down. Joe followed it with a tray of cheese, antipasto, and salami. Tersane, good to see you again. Joe cast a curious glance at the Valkyrie, who had already stood and was inspecting the trays. That is Frey. She's a Valkyrie, I said. I didn't whisper, but I didn't shout either. Really? Sable's eyes widened. I thought they had wings.
We do, but they are awkward in buildings. I only display them when on a battlefield, or when they will up my standing. Here, what I am is enough.
The confidence in her voice made me giggle. Esmir snapped her tail at the fireplace in annoyance, but that didn't stop her from filling a plate with raw, glistening fish. I wrinkled my nose at all of it and grabbed a cracker. Stupid nausea. If anything, I wanted more ginger tea, or maybe a ginger ale and bread. Tursane had grabbed her own plate of munchies and was alternating feeding the snakes tidbits of fish and herself the salami.
So, what were you about to finish saying, Cori?
I had to think for a minute. There was so much going on lately. Oh, yeah. I'm worried about Carolan and the babies. I don't want to endanger them. Both Tursane and Esmir cast oddly proprietary glances toward my stomach, the baby bump still mostly invisible. I narrowed my eyes at them. These are our babies, no poaching. Joe and Sable had just settled down onto the couch when Frey snorted after swallowing a piece of sashimi. We looked at her, and she shook her head, contempt written on her face.
No wonder you are having issues.
Are all human mages this stupid?